Well, hello there, and welcome to the stream. Yes, so after a very reasonable 12-hour stream last time, I will continue Stardust Kids today because I feel like we went through the majority of the game and there's probably only like 10% left. That's just an assumption because let's face it, I don't know. So yeah, I'm gonna continue. My best hope is like maybe this is going only to take like an hour. Hopefully, I don't know. I shall see. I have some other thing planned tonight before the end. Before the end years, yes. Before the end years, I have plans. So I have limited time today on this. So let's see. Whoop. Let's see. We are in the correct category where nobody can find us. I know. It's crazy. Nobody can find me. Oh, so strange. Oh. Yep. And yep. Stardust Kids. There we go. Now you only need to see it as well. So I always had to go back and forth with the music because the music is like sometimes loud, sometimes not. Like right now, the music is very quiet. Okay. See what I mean? I wish the audio team would have sat down and normalized every song. Because normalizing is basically saying like this is the maximum limit the audio can go. And that would just help, you know? You set like a maximum volume and then apply it to every song. If it's too low in volume, it will expand it. And yeah. Oh well, you cannot have everything in life. Anyway. So like I said, I already literally, and I feel like I wanna take away the gold stuff here. Either I'm taking it away or I'm going to apply a filter on it. Now if I just would remember what kind of filter that was. Was it this? Maybe? Yeah, kind of. Don't completely... How do I reset all of this? By clicking on defaults. There we go. So... let's see. I guess I will put it like that. That seems okay. Okay. Fine. Ah, now I have to find back to the voices. Why are you barely moving? We will spend the night in such a beautiful place. Come on, get excited. Is he serious? We walked along the beach for about an hour. And everything is just to find the perfect place. Where do you get so much energy? I recharge from the sun. Then you will calm down soon. Sunset is very close. I recharge from the moon as well, so I won't leave you alone. I mean, he's not wrong, because the moon reflects sunlight. Look, how do you like it here? We've come very far. This part of the beach looks completely different than the one we usually come to. The place looks abandoned, but much more alive. Aside from the palms, there are other trees too. They grow freely, uncut by the citizens. Wind is stronger here, and looks like even the smell of the ocean is completely different. That will do. That will do. That will do. Quite far from the embankment, it must be calm and private. Yeah, private is the right word. I don't think someone else will think about going so far when there's a clean, suitable beach nearby. Great! Kurt, give me the tent. We'll put it up right away. Who would even doubt that we will do it right away? This tent can be put up in a minute without any problems, especially since there are 3 of us. Romana and Seth took the tent, I grabbed the bedrolls and put them inside. They occupied all the space. which is understandable. There are 3 people and 1 tent. I can't imagine how 4 people can fit here, since the club has 4 bedrolls. Yeah, that is damn, son. Maybe they kick someone out to sleep among the nature? Wow, there's no free space. Only bedrolls. Romana seems to read my mind. We'll sleep almost one atop another. That sounds like a good idea, in my view. This is not new to you. Every time you stay at my place, you cover almost the entirety of my bed. I don't mind covering the whole bed, but one body is always in the way. Huh? How impudent he is. This body just won't let you in the next time. It always says so, but always lets me in anyways. And you're glad to use it. He grinned. How much I want to give a slap to the owner of this sly muzzle. So, shouldn't I take the food out yet? No, take it out. You have something to put on the sand, don't you? Of course. He extracted a pretty big patchwork plate from his bag and spread it out near the tent. Then he laid out the groceries from the basket on it. I honestly hope they are not building like the tent right next to the ocean, because, you know, ebb and flow. Then again, how do you manage? Well, if you work with stones, you can keep the tent in place. But otherwise, like, the tent would not be fixated by just sand. We won't eat this all. You underestimate our power. Remember how we spent the night at yours a few days ago? Don't remind me. I still can't get over it. I mustn't eat so much. Oh, come on, we're growing organisms. I think you both have grown enough. Unfortunately for you, we are still growing. But don't be sad. Maybe you will stretch out. What is this? Like, pick on the short guy? What? I'm not sad about this. I have an average height of my age. But anyway, my dad is tall. I'm going to be like him too. Good. Then there's hope yet. He patted me on the shoulder sympathetically. I jumped. Let's get back to the food. I examined what we had. I suppose it's planned to build a fire? Otherwise, how to eat all this? I pointed at the semis. What are semis? Of course! There's no camping without fire. Then we should collect some sticks. Romana kept putting the stuff out. I started looking for dry wood. You find dry wood at the beach? You can, but it's difficult. Should get as much as possible, not to go for it again. I returned to the base and found Romano doing his favorite thing. He stood motionless, only occasionally snapping the camera. Seth sat down a little further away. Looks like he was gathering sticks too, and gathered enough to form the base of the bonfire. Bonfire! I came closer and put all the sticks I gathered near Seth's feet. What do you think? Is that enough? Should be enough. borrow Roma's lighter. We'll try to ignite it. Okay. I mean, wait a minute. What means borrow a lighter? A picture of smoking Romano next to the school immediately flashed before my eyes. Does Seth know about it? What do you mean? What do I mean? We were going to light up a campfire. Of course Roma took a lighter from his house. I think I misunderstood him. Or is he talking my ears off and knows everything? But Romano told me that it was his first time. Hey, are you frozen? Bug off, I'll bring it. I came closer to Romano, who was catching the last gleam of the twilight with his camera. Give me a lighter. Romano jumped and looked at me. I'll light up the fire. Ah, of course. He rummaged in his pockets and pulled out the lighter. Here. I took it and headed back to Seth. Maybe I should keep the lighter for myself to not seduce Romano into smoking? On the other hand, it can be called a theft. I clicked the lighter a couple of times and inflamed a small newspaper we brought to make a fire. The campfire gradually filled with flames. The coolness of the night was replaced by warmth. Small sparks flew into the air. There was a pleasant smell of burnt wood. Romano stopped, taking pictures of the sky, and began shooting the sprouts of the flame. So beautiful! Romano sat next to the campfire. You will get your pants full of sand this way. You have something to sit at? No, but that's okay. I can shake the clothes off. Why did he bring the plate for the food and took nothing for us? But took nothing from us, for us. And why didn't I think about bringing something? I knew who am I coming with. However, too late to worry about that. Meanwhile, Seth managed to chop vegetables and string sausages on improvised skewers. There, of course, is some heat treatment, but anyway, these delicacies don't inspire trust. Seth sat next to Romano. Well, I can do nothing but to join them. Will you? Will you? I like this picture. It's really good. He held out a sausage strung on a branch to me and pointed at the fire like saying, "Come on, join the roasting." Well, okay. I put it on the fire. Don't put it directly in the flame or on the fire. On the side. Jeez. I put it on the fire. It's odd that even Seth eats it. Why? He refused to eat food from the canteen. And here are wild, unsanitary conditions. Do you like it? Yeah, tasty. You will try it yourself soon. Just lift it higher, otherwise it will burn. Obediently, I lifted it, waited a little, and decided to try. Ouch! Hot! Well, of course it's hot. You took it from the fire. Are you okay? He approached me and examined my face. Of course, I burned my tongue a little, but it's clearly not something that can be seen with the naked eye. I'm fine, I'm fine. Here, take a sip. He handed me a cold bottle of water. I drank and my tongue calmed down a little. I think I'll wait a little bit longer. These sausages are surprisingly treacherous creatures. Romano smiled and got back to the food. Something's wrong with him. I don't even understand what. Everything is like usual, but right. It's weird that during the whole time our hike you have never used your phone. I would be glad to. But the money ran out. The internet does not work. Surprising that someone so addicted to social media can forget to replenish the balance. Hard to believe. Shall I lend you mine? Hey, don't encourage his addiction. Well, no need. What? Now that is really strange. I'm more than satisfied with your company. Oh, bro. That's so cute. Yeah, so cute that usually it doesn't prevent Roma from diving into the phone. Doesn't our company satisfy you usually? I have another question. So, even if you're nice enough to lend your phone to a friend for like, hey, now we can check out your social media. I don't know how other people treat this, but I wouldn't be really able, for the most part, I wouldn't actually be able to like log into an app in another phone. Because I don't pick like so easy passwords and stuff like that, you know? To some degree I have a solution to that, but yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't want to do that. It's a figure of speech. That's not what I meant at all. He scratched his head in embarrassment. It's probably already cold. Eat. Or want me to blow on it for you? I don't need your microbes on my food. Microbes on your food. I see. And what do you think it is when people kiss? I tried it this time. This time the temperature was suitable. And it's really very delicious. And it's really very delicious. That's a weird sentence. I've heard a small click. Did somebody make a photo? True, but that was Seth, not Romano. Look at this pleased face. Right. It's all magic of camping. Did you take a picture or what? Yeah. But you may look at it only when I'm holding the phone. I know you. You will delete it otherwise. Of course I will. Can't take pictures of me stealthily. Missing such a cute face would be a crime. Don't call me cute. You're the one who always says that I'm not a cutie at all. You always call me mean. I'm not mean at all. I wonder why you always walk with me if I'm so nasty. Send me. I'll put it as a call screen. Hey, I can hear everything. Romano and Seth had exchanged conspirational. What is this word? Conspiratorial. Is this even a word? I mean, conspiracy. Glances, and then they both laughed. Yeah, they don't need much for happiness. We sat in silence for a while, listening to the crackling of the fire. A bit later, the cozy silence was broken by Roma. He was speaking softly, in a half-whisper, and it seemed as convenient as possible. When I was a child, we rested at the sea like that. Though it was Mediterranean and I was about 8 years old. My grandma made a lot of food and brought everything to the porch. My dad and I built a fire on the shore, not far from the house. It was late and it was getting dark fast. Lights were shining in the seaport and we could see the ships exchanging bright lights. The summer was nearly over, and in the evening there was already no need to be afraid of the heat. Father taught me how to build a fire properly, and then, after dinner, we were sitting like that and talking. He taught me a little bit about everything. About ships and long voyages, about seasickness, about the lands that were unknown long ago, about how to navigate by the stars. We were sitting until embers stopped to shimmer with scarlet sparks. He told me about the Big Dipper, about the Orion, and he also told me about a meteor shower. He said that everyone who makes a wish before the last star falls, that dream will come true. Do you think that's true? Of course not. Don't you believe in it? Don't you believe in it at all? It's foolish to believe that somebody will fulfill your wishes, even if it's God, stars, fate, or anything else. There's no romance in you, Kurt. But I always can't wait for tomorrow evening. But anyway, I can't wait for tomorrow evening. And I surely will make a wish. And you should make a wish too. It can't hurt. What was I talking about? So then Father and I walked around the night city. Grandma and Mother sent us to a shop, but we walked till dawn. They were so angry when we returned. There were other times too, but for some reason I remember this one best. Oh, you had trips. Sounds very family-like. That's so cool. I was taken in mandatory to different grandmothers' birthdays and parents' events when it's customary to come with children. Was it fun at all? Nah, super boring. Everything was pompously official. Everything followed a strict, thoughtful scenario. Everything is rehearsed and there mustn't be any mistakes. What about ball games? I mean, you, Dad, ball for baseball backyard. That's not our theme at all. Parents have always spent much time at work. Father didn't really have time to play with me. Since then, nothing changed. Finding Seth's parent at home still seems like something almost impossible. However, mine don't spend time at home really often either. But there always was Cleo nearby who could be picked on, right? Oh, yes. I never get along with her. She always was the first. That's typical. She is your elder sister after all. Not that. Cleo began walking earlier, talking. She was the first in the group who learned to read and count. She was always praised. Parents were delighted with her success and always set Cleo as an example for me. No matter what I reached, There was always Cleo that reached up before. In childhood, I was always trying to overtake her. I remember one time. Now it seems so stupid, but back then everything was really serious. Like my life depended on that. After a month of absence, the parents returned home and learned from the governess that I had flatly refused to get a haircut. And that's because before my parents left, I had painted something. I don't remember what exactly, and wanted very much to show it to Mom. But when I came, she was busy with Cleo, was braiding her braids and complimenting her long silky hair. She complimented my picture as well, but without looking at it at all. And I thought that if I had hair like that, Mother would pet and care about me too. When she learned that I didn't want a haircut, she said, "Let it be so. Let the son do whatever he wants." I was upset when I heard that because I thought she didn't care at all. But later she came to me and combed my hair. You know how to get what you want? So that's why you still have long hair? Of course not. Just a habit. However, the habit to rush to the top is still yours. And that's great. It will surely help you in your life. I have no brothers or sisters, so this kind of rivalry is not particularly familiar to me. I try to keep up because I want to be worthy of my parents. If they would hear that, they would surely shed a few tears, thinking of what a wonderful son they have. Not this sentimental. Yeah? I would definitely be touched. You can be touched even by a video with kittens. And who can be indifferent about that? Everyone but you. You're mean. Come here, I'll comfort you. Romano clung to Zev, and he jokingly comforted his friend, stroking him on the shoulder. Yeah, my parents aren't sentimental. Why are all this whining? Were you always so serious? It has nothing to do with being serious. But yes, I thought so in childhood too. Since the very childhood, I consider myself pretty mature. I'm sorry. I could deal with everything myself. For example, if I accidentally wounded my knee, parents never talked with me and didn't cater to my whims. I just asked if it hurt much and explained how to treat wounds, or even better, how to avoid them. we sat for a while longer, cleaned up, and I jumped into the tent. Despite the tightness, I instantly fell asleep. I woke up to the sound of someone's footstep. My heart started beating crazily, and I instantly jumped. I lit up the tent with the light on my phone screen. Where am I? Lots of things, bedrolls. Yeah, Romano, Seth, and I spent the night in the tent. But where are these two? I'm completely alone here. The heart calmed down, the breathing became quiet and even. Why did I scare so much? That's stupid. I listened. I could hear snatches and phrases. Why these two woke up in the middle of the night? Or is it morning already? I checked the time. No, it's only 2 o'clock. I looked out the tent and saw the guys standing near the water. The ocean washed their feet, came in waves, and immediately retreated. What are you? Why didn't you tell him anything? Gods see, I tried. Maybe gods do see, but Kurt doesn't. My heart began to flutter again. Are they talking about me? But why like that when I sleep? Literally a couple of meters away from me. They could wake me up or talk to me any other time. What should Seth tell me? I wanted to come to them and clarify everything, but froze on the spot when I heard the unexpectedly serious voice of Seth. I don't know what to do. I don't know if I should. I don't know if I should agree. Agree with what? You know what I think about it. Unfortunately, my opinion doesn't matter at all. And how are you? What did Mr. Jones say? Well, I only met him a few times. I'm still taking all sorts of tests and mostly talking about myself. He hasn't recommended me anything specific yet. But every time he gives me homework. Like in class? Something like that, but they are really interesting. What? He told me that he met the psychologist because of some photos. Did Romana lie to me? Why? Oh, well, why does Seth know? Does it help? I can't tell anything. I don't know. That all is pretty interesting, but the problems can't be solved themselves this fast. Maybe I should visit him more often. Well, thank you, Bob. Thanks for your concerns. No need for thanks. Am I your friend or not? Seth nudged Roma with his shoulder, and so did he. To be honest, I worry about you much more. No need to worry. I mean, no matter how will it be solved, we won't stop communicating. That's right. You know how many messages I can type in a minute? You'll get tired of answering. We'll see who's better in it. I'm not bad at two. I fastened the tent door and plunged into darkness. I want to hear no more words. I've no idea what they were discussing. These two. When did they become so close? Why do they discuss something far from me, something far from me. So am I the third wheel now? Literally a few hours ago I was happy, sitting next to them near the campfire. Happy? Of course I was in a good mood, but happiness is a strong word. I was pleased with what was happening. But now it's not like that. Why did you tell him anything? God, see, I tried. Phrases flash through my head, over and over again, like a chewed up broken record. The voices seem completely strange, unfamiliar. Okay, Kurt, pull yourself together. Nothing scary has happened. Seth and I sometimes also talk about Roma when we are alone. It's okay. Is it? But they've mentioned my name. Talking about something they've kept from me. God, see, I tried. Tried when? Why try? Just go on, tell me, silly Seth. What's the secret did they discuss? Is it something serious? No, if it was something important, then Seth would tell me everything. He wouldn't hesitate. Seth is not like that. But Romano was acting weird lately too. What is it? Puberty? Difficult adolescence years? Okay, calm down, just calm. Took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. I don't want to panic because of some nonsense. Touch me only because they keep secrets from me. Only because of that. Wait a minute, did it touch me? No, everything's fine. We will surely discuss this. But now I should sleep. Snatches of phrases reach the tent, but I don't hear. I plug my ears and hear nothing at all. Say it again, I understand nothing. You better stop crying. Romano, in tears, grabbed me by the edge of my sleeve. Star is a guy, you see? No, I don't. I took the handkerchief out of my pocket and wiped my friend's face. Seems to be better. Samantha! What Samantha? Samantha is where? In trouble? No, I'm in trouble. The meaning is still not clear, but at least the words have become comprehensible. Be more specific. And let my sleeve go. You'll stretch the jacket. What jackets? There are more important things. Samantha is a guy. He bursts into tears again, but the handkerchief is ready. Romani is clean again. Samantha has always seemed mysterious to me, but not that mysterious. Why does he disguise into girls' clothing? That's weird. However, it's not my business. What makes you think so? I just went to the club and put away my camera, and he was changing clothes. Right in the club. I swear the door wasn't locked. I didn't know anyone was there. She said that she will kill me. But that's fine, because I'll die even earlier from disappointment. Dying from disappointment. Now that's a new one. Dying from disappointment. Are you winning, son? Moment. Well, that didn't work out. No, Samantha can't be my goddess. What? Come on, Romano. You're not a simp. And what about a god? What? What's the problem? Wasn't it you who always said that you sympathize with the LGBT community? Yes, but... Samantha! Started crying again. What should I do with him? I don't know how to calm him down. There was a knock on the door. Don't open that! That's Samantha! How does she know where I live? It's probably Seth. I opened the door and saw a spectacular pink-haired girl. Damn, son. Will Romano go out? Tell her I'm not home. Damn, that's really she. I have to lie to her a little. I can't betray my friend. He's not at home. Really? Then whose voice was that? That was my cat. Meow. Samantha elegantly broke down the door, getting both Romano and me. Where did she get so much strength? Oh yeah, she's a guy. What should I do? I don't want to die here. Kurt! Save me! Kurt! I felt a touch on my shoulder. Kurt, wake up! I opened my eyes and saw sleepy Romano in front of me. So did he really call me? I don't understand why. I had a dream about Samantha. I met her at the school only a few times. Maybe because Roma is always talking about her lately. Good that he woke me up. The dream turned into a nightmare. What a horrible dream. Good morning. Morning. I looked around. Seth wasn't in the tent. Come to us. We'll watch the sunrise. So you were serious about the sunrise? Of course. That's why we came here. That means we had to go to bed earlier yesterday. But fine, those two were walking somewhere for half a night. Did they sleep at all? I stumbled next to the tent, hesitating to come closer. Yesterday night was almost forgotten. I was sleepy. Maybe it all was just a dream. I'll ask them now about that all. Or will I? Damn. It's not like me at all. It's the determination which makes me so eager to find the planetarium. Apparently everything is completely different when it comes to me. I shifted uneasily, afraid to make the first step. Like something I had already recognized as nonsense I dreamed in half-sleep can unexpectedly come true. Whatever it was, I'm our friends and I always will be with me. And no omission can change that. They can't, can they? Weird thoughts fly far away. You're not welcome here. I took a deep breath and exhaled at once. Everything's fine. They're not going anywhere. And even if they are, I should be afraid? Should I be afraid of loneliness? I've heard a click of the camera. A new day has begun. The day is passing surprisingly slowly. I spread the textbooks on the table and tried to do my summer homework, but unnecessary thoughts didn't want to leave my head. Summer homework? Where in the world do you give people summer homework? Except Asian countries. We never got any summer homework. Homework is Homework is dumb to begin with. It's not useful. Yesterday's conversation, which took place secretly from me, club business that they don't want to tell me about. Why I'm left off the ship? Am I not wanted? I crossed out the question I unconsciously wrote. Why is there so much nonsense in my head? Not so important what they think about me. Besides, Romano and Seth wouldn't spend so much time with me if I annoyed them. Talking about the UFO club business, today everything will clear up. The most important is for Todd to come and for David not to screw up with the keys. I can't be sure of any case. I can't be sure in any of these. I put the notebook aside. I can't study at all. I reached for my cell phone. And then I coughed a cough. But I muted my microphone for the sake of listeners. That's Clover. What's up? Hey Kurt, what are you doing now? I don't even pretend that you're interested in what I'm doing. After all, I know that you called not just to chat. Do you need anything? If you're not very busy, then please come to the school. I need your help. What for? I was sitting in the club painting and making notes when Mr. Fighter came and threw a bunch of work at me. I can't do it alone. I see. When I ask them to sort through the papers, then nobody needs it. But when Clover needs something, then help me, Kurt. And she knows that I won't refuse. I feel uneasy when I think about what chaos she can make trying to do the job. Okay, I'll come. What sort of help do you need? Thanks. Thanks, you're my savior. Nothing really difficult, I'll tell you when you come. There's a reason why she doesn't say. She's afraid that I will refuse. How smart. By the way, Seth is here already. We three will do it fast. You've said I can't do it alone, haven't you? There's already two. Are you sure you need my help? Although, why I'm asking, no way I can expect Seth to do something in the club. Yeah, we do need it. Come here. She hung up before I could answer anything. Well, why did Clover call me at all if Seth is there too? I got up from the table and stretched. So let it be so. To school. Anyway, that's better than staying at home without anything to do. I looked around the room and noticed that the music is very low. Clover, Seth, Merob, and even David are sitting here like nothing has happened. No, I should have stayed at home. Clover, are you really sure you need my help? Of course! You're a member of the UFO club too. Yeah, as much as all these guys that have already gathered in the club. You said on the phone that there was no one to help you. It doesn't seem like it. I haven't said that. Maybe aliens entered your memories and twisted everything. Aren't you glad to see us or what? Aren't you glad to see us or what? Good morning, Kurt. Stars on your side today. Yeah, morning. And what are you doing here? The same thing as you. Seth spoke from the couch. Aren't you supposed to be extra classes? Aren't you supposed to be at your extra classes? Huh? Yeah, they're already over. As you see, David is here too. Clover invited me. We should help with planting. What? What planting? Don't you know what planting is? That's when you plant something. For example, corn. I'll show you. Corn? At school. No need to show me anything. I mean, why should we do it? Are we a gardening club or what? For the UFO club, we never... we spend suspiciously little time studying UFOs. Oh, I'm sorry. Seth said that. For the UFO club, we spend suspiciously little time studying UFOs. It's funny to hear that from the person that never suggests other options of activities for the club than playing console games or wandering aimlessly down the street. We are the only club that is free now. It's holidays, we aren't supposed to be here at all. But we are. And so are you. The curator came to check the room and was so glad that I was here. But I do it myself till the very night. I need your help. I see. What's wrong with discipline at school? They swamped us with work, although we have nothing at all to do with it. I'll talk to Mr. Fighter. You know that's useless. Aren't you pleased to do something for the school? It's like they've been replaced. Aren't they the ones who always find a way not to do a job? Yeah, what is this? Is this Japan? Where people are like, oh, holidays, free time, no, I want to study, I want to be productive, part of society. The percentage of students in schools that would voluntarily go to school in their holidays, you can count on one finger. Justifiably so. So what are we going to plant? We should plant new seedlings in place of old flowers. At least not corn. Although planting flowers is hard to determine as something useful for the school. They are flowers, there are no flowers. What's the difference? Hello there. How are you doing? Cecilia Runis. Count on me. I'm a master at this. According to you, you know absolutely everything. Well, everyone is here to work. The first summer activity of the UFO Study Club. She did a solemn pose like we are really going to do something exciting and important. Now I see why. Music. Calm down, music. I'm doing fine, thank you. Now I see why Clover didn't tell me the details on the phone. The scale of the work is shocking. First we need to dig up faded plants, then plant new seedlings. And that is what we should do to every flower bed. What brings you to my channel? It's a mystery why we were sent to do this even without supervision. It looks like nothing but community service. Maybe Mr. Fighter decided to take revenge for buying the TV? Or for that trip at the beginning of spring? Or for the fact that Clover lost a school bicycle? How can you even lose a bicycle? Kurt, join us. Why are you still standing still? I was thinking too much. Guys have already started digging. Merope very accurately and carefully picks up flowers without damaging the roots. Clover looks more like a ripper maniac. I looked at her hands. Clover, put on the gloves immediately. Everything's fine. I'm not afraid of the dirt. It's not about being afraid of dirt. And you should be. Soil is something that should be taken seriously. You know what can be in it? If you have a small wound on your hand, you can catch something serious. Or even if not, some parasites aren't afraid of skin. They can crawl inside without any problems. Stop. He shuddered at my stories. Seth is standing without gloves too, but he surely isn't going to be in touch with the soil. Kurt is right. Merope took out a pair of gloves and handed them to Clover. Well, okay, if you say so. And Merope, she listens too. Clover put on her gloves, inside out. Good job. You have a wonderful sense of style. Thanks. Besides, yesterday I was sleeping without my sleep mask, but the aliens didn't come. What do you think I'm doing wrong? Too bad I sometimes can't just shut down the noises and let all this nonsense pass. I sat down and joined the guys. David constantly sounded annoying from the right, giving out an unprecedented numbers of words per minute. I wanted to tell him to stop talking and start working, but he was doing his job surprisingly fast and deftly. You are pretty good at that. Yeah, I have very nimble fingers. Want me to show? Thanks, no need. I can see well from here. You'll lose much. However, you're pretty good at this too. It would be a great duo. Yes, numble fingers. Why numble? I said nimble. As far as I know. Hi, coffee. How's it going? Will you show me? Of course, Trio is great too. Yes, you did. Okay, then I did. Come closer. Voila! Heard that as soon as I arrived. Fine. Take it as the last mistake in 2024. Therefore, you go. Therefore, you do. Wow. Too late, it's already 2025 for me. How's the future? Are we running now on potato nuclear plants? What is the future bringing? What is the future holding in for us? Also, happy New Year to you, coffee. Not yet. Ah, that's so much hope. We got some fries. Sounds good. So you ate some Wellington. Of course, Trio is great too. Come closer. Voila. Sleight of hand and no fraud. So fast. Do it again. Demonstrated his skill once again. This technique is called crafty garden hands. I'll try now. Oh god. Plover plunged the shovel into the soil with such a force that it looked more like an explosion. Yes, join the green side of the force. Clods flew in all directions, settling on the clothes and all surrounding surfaces. Great, I would not be gardening next to her. Hey, be careful. Enough fooling around. Are you 6 years old or what? Sorry, Kurt. Let me clean it. She reached out to me with her hands, which were in mud almost up to her elbows. Ugh. Don't touch me. You're dirty. Are you saying it's the very time? Are you saying it's the very time for hugs? Yes, the very time for hugs. She swung at me and I jumped back, almost knocking Seth down. You're so boring. You can always hug me. I'm right here. No need to go that far. Besides, Merob, if you suddenly want to hug somebody, well, that happens sometimes. Well, you know who to ask. Seth helped me to get up from the ground and dust off. Yeah, I expect something like that. I expected something like that. Good that at least your hands are clean. I mean, bad. Why are you slacking off? I'm not slacking off. There aren't enough scoops for everyone. Here, take mine. Just put the gloves on first. That's a very bad idea. Good idea. Chop chop. A few hours of work won't make your hands rough. I gave him a little nudge in the right direction. Seth glanced furtively at me and eventually sat next to the flower bed. As for me, I must go get a broom. I don't think Clover is going to clean up the consequences of the accident. My stream is going fine, thank you. hold it from the bottom. Yeah, like that. You're not that bad. You're not bad at that. Come on, a little bit. Pull harder. Come on, come on. I've heard the noise of falling bodies. I quickened my pace and reached the scene. The broom treacherously slipped out of my hands. What the hell did just happen? Nothing at all. We're digging up the flowers. I wasn't here for about 2 minutes, but during this time, chaos managed to expand and conquer even more territory. The whole yard is studded with dirt. Studded with dirt. I didn't say started, I said studded. My subtitles don't want to translate. Seth told me that he never did it before, but I think he's doing great. I looked at Seth, who was sitting quite confused. Is this your doing? It wasn't bad at all for your first time. Good job. Wow, don't blush. Everyone started with something. Took me a while to get the hang of it too. Mother is always doing something in the garden, that's why I learned. And so will you. Why are they saying don't blush? Just can't be. Came closer, but Seth turned away. Is he really abashed? It's so out of his way. Is he embarrassed because he couldn't do something? Step back, don't embarrass me. Not doing anything. Right, so go and do something. Seth pried some soil and abruptly raised the scoop, tipping all its content onto David. I've never seen Seth so clumsy. I just can't wrap my head around it. I snatched the instrument from the hands of my tense friend. I better do it myself, you can get hurt or something. Told ya that was a bad idea. Better sweep up, you've bombed everything here. Seth obediently picked up the broom and started cleaning. I don't know what surprised me more, the fact that Seth agreed to do the dirty work or the fact he can be bad at something. Besides, it turns out that Merob and David don't mind getting their hands dirty. It can be useful when they want to. Useful for the gardening club, for example. When it comes to our own business, they all run in opposite directions. Merob gently shook dirt off David. Your hands are so soft. Do you take care of them in a special way, or is it natural? But I'm wearing gloves. I can feel your palms even through the cloth. But it would be great to feel their real touch. If I take them off now, I'll definitely get my hands dirty. I'll accept them anyway. Merob froze, apparently thinking about how to refuse. I saved her from the annoying guy, especially since I got something to ask David. David, what about the key? What? What key? Wrong answer. In case you forgot, today we're going to. Ah, you're talking about that. Everything's fine, chillax. Really? Do you have it? No, but tonight the janitor will give it to me. We've discussed that. Let's pay a visit to the janitor and check. What a suspicious fellow you are. Have you considered becoming an investigator? Relax. School roof is not the center of the universe. If something goes wrong, well, come to me. Cool. But I think Kurt doesn't want to come to you. My willingness or unwillingness doesn't mean anything because Seth's family surely doesn't appreciate noisy school companies in their house where, if you break anything, you'll be paying for it till the end of your life. Besides, Cleo can't stand me, even though we've only said hello to each other about 2 times. Everything's fine, Kurt. Well, if you say so. What can not be fine? He was completely distracted from Merope, and she sighed with relief. The secret? Seth grinned in his usual manner. Even now, dirty, with a broom in his hands, he looks majestic. If Kurt knows, then that's a wrong secret. Come on, tell me. Tell what? Typical family, everything's fine. But come on, we're bros. No matter how charismatic he is, that's not enough. You know each other for less than a week. Of course, Seth won't tell you anything personal. As for us, we know each other most of our lives. I know much more about him than anyone here. I've been at his place many times. Not that I don't wish anyone else to be at his house. I wonder if Romano was there. Fragments of phrases heard at night flashed through my head. Why didn't you tell him anything? I've decided not to ask anything, but Seth can trust me. He must trust me. Oh shit. Ask about yesterday's conversation. It's not the best moment, but at least nobody's hovering around him. I got up and asked him to step away so we could talk in private. Want to scold me? No, why? I just wanted to ask you something this morning, but I missed an opportunity. Listen. Last night Roma and you were talking about something near the sea. About what exactly? Seth shuddered a little, and for a moment his face showed a surprise and something else. Have you been eavesdropping? No, what do you think I am? And would I ask if I had been eavesdropping? We just couldn't sleep, and we went out to wander along the shore. You could have taken me with you. You were sleeping so sweetly, it was a pity to wake you up. Besides, you surely wouldn't be glad to wake in the middle of the night or for our whim. What were you talking about? He frowned. Nothing special. I don't remember what exactly we were talking about. And why are you so tense? Lying to my face. I've heard my name. So you've heard. Starting to lose my temper. Heard what? Wait, you're confusing me. Do you hide something from me? It doesn't satisfy me. Unfortunately, the world doesn't revolve around you. What? Did you decide to be boorish? What's wrong with me? You always answer in a relaxed manner, or at least laugh it off. I know. How can the world revolve around one person? Okay, never mind. Romano and I didn't discuss behind your back how mean and nasty you are. You may relax. Hey! Yeah, you're not mean at all. You're just the sweetest thing. Hell no, it's better to be mean than the sweetest thing. I'm a guy after all. Yeah, no one is arguing. He patted me on the head and returned to work fast, not giving me an opportunity to continue the conversation. The conversation. I don't like that he doesn't answer directly at all. All that would be okay if it was something really personal, but they were talking about me. I don't get it. Why do Roma and he keep secrets from me? Aren't I his best friend? With grief in half, we didn't just remove faded plants, but also swept almost the whole schoolyard. So, we have different seedlings and the teacher said nothing about how to plant them. Before that, the flowers alternated with small squares, maybe meter by 1 meter. I think we should do the same. But that's boring. If the curator left no wish, then we can do what we want, right? I don't think that it is so. Let's leave a message for the aliens. Do you think they understand English? But you are speaking Russian. It's an international language after all. That is true. But not interplanetary. Interplanetary messages would be in math, as much as we dread it. Maybe it is interplanetary, why not? Oh no, you too. And who would ever see such a small message from outer space? They surely have super special super magnifiers for occasions such as these. And of course they will be looking for a message in our galaxy, on our planet, in our city, and on the territory of this school. You're so evil. Why upset the girl? You think that's a sad face? I pointed at Clover, who began with a maniacal smile, planting flowers in some kind of chaotic order. Mr. Fighter will never trust us with this kind of work again. That is a good thing? And that's wonderful. What Seth said. After fussing in the soil, we all went home, although there wasn't much time till the meeting. Seth came to me because he was afraid to catch the eye of relatives in such an untidy condition. We barely had time to take a shower and clean Seth's clothes. We weren't late. Roma was waiting for us at the place, talking the girls' ears off. Hi guys! Hi guys! He waved at us. Evan, David, and of course Todd aren't seen. Where are the others? David went to the janitor for the keys. Evan is somewhere here too. Merob looked around demonstratively but couldn't find Evan. And ahead, Todd will be here any minute. And why are you together? Come here, I'll whisper it into your ear. Romana came to Seth. I headed closer to the porch. Sky only begins getting darker. I hope the meteor shower will be seen well. Good, look here. Turned to Clover and put it mildly was... What? I turned to Clover and, to put it mildly, I was surprised. She opened a bright umbrella before me, grabbed it securely and twirled, showing all its beauty. Well, how do you like it? And what does she want me to answer? Forecasters didn't even say a word about rainfall. Are you sure you didn't get anything wrong? I didn't get anything wrong. What did we come to look at? A meteor? Oh, come on, it can't be true. It's too foolish, even for Clover. I can see on your face that you've guessed. Right, we came to look at the shower. Do you have any idea what a meteor shower looks like? Yeah. In case any shard flies at us, I can protect everyone. She twirled the umbrella again like it was a confirmation of her words. Even if we assume that some shard will survive a collision with the atmosphere, which is impossible, I will interject here and say no. Constantly micro meteors fall onto our planet. Do you really think that this can protect anyone? You're just jealous, as you didn't think about it. Clover pouted and crossed her arms over her chest. Yeah, surely can't get bored with them. Yeah, surely you can't get bored with them. Here comes Todd. Mirror nodded to the right. That's right, the head is coming, looking around. At some point I doubted he would decide to come. The main hero always comes at the last moment. If that's so, then sooner or later the hero will be late. Don't be boring. Of course, don't be boring. What else can Roma say, who is always late? Todd, hi! Clover ran up to the head and, taking him by the hand, pulled him in our direction. Hi guys. Today is a great night for stargazing. Hello. Almost everyone came. Where are the keys? On the way, turn around. I looked at the porch. David was rapidly approaching. Great, we can go up to the club for the telescope. Salute! Waiting too long? Not really, you're just in time. You can go and open the door while we are talking everything we need. While we are talking? No, I misread. You can go open the door while we are taking everything we need. How to misread text and where to find it. You see, here's the thing. I don't have the keys. Did I just hear that for real? How comes? Mr. Fighter told me, the janitor, not to give the roof keys to anybody. I don't understand why. That's not what we agreed at all. I went to talk to him, but in the teacher's lounge they said that he was gone already. Right. Kurt, relax. Is the backup option still valid? Will you let us into your house? I will. But you screwed up in front of the girls. They counted on you so much. David turned pale and began apologizing before the girls. In front of the girls who, according to their faces, didn't have time to get upset or react to the situation anyhow. But I'm displeased as hell. It's better for David not to fawn on me right now. I'll take this telescope. I went straight to the front door of the school and accidentally bumped into someone with my shoulder. Why is this at school at this hour? I met the person's... What is this? I met the person's face I just kicked. What? What is this sentence? It says I met the person's I just kicked eyes. And that doesn't exist. That is not even English. Not even in the slightest. I met the person's eyes I just kicked, and goosebumps went through my body. Where are you going so fast? You have no keys. Don't remind me of this failure. But I do. Heaven handed me the cherished thing. Ah, how wonderful! How did you do that? Nothing special. I dealt with that. The word dealt sounds creepy from his mouth. But now I'm really happy that this frightening guy is in our club. Looks like the visit is cancelled. And so is my voice, but who cares? I can visit you anytime if I want. If you want? Huh. Leave your pickup energy for the girls. We moved almost half of the club to the roof. The telescope, cushions from the sofa, mugs and sweets, some other things in Clover's hands. You moved the cushions to the top of the roof. I don't know. That sounds like a bad idea. That will be a bitch to clean afterwards. Ah, it's a plate. She must have brought it from home. The girl spread out the blanket and put marks on and a thermos onto it. Looks like somebody took everything from their house. Wow. Oh, how much? Will there be foil caps? No, it's not a council. Now I don't mind contacting the extraterrestrial civilization. Some guys, including Todd, settled on the plate. Sat on the edge and picked up a mug, but haven't poured anything in it yet. Is he waiting to be served? Looks like he's in a good mood. He sits squeezed like always, but every now and then a smile appears on his face. Look! Clover leaned against the railing. I haven't noticed anything. Look carefully. Soon another will fall. Oh, I see. Here it comes. Romano and Clover nudged each other with their shoulders in a friendly way. Don't play near the edge of the roof. You're tired of living or what? Clover shuddered and stepped away at once. It's right. It's dangerous for her even to hold a sheet of paper. She will surely cut her finger. Despite the city lights, the stars began to appear in the sky. I checked the time. It's about to begin. I vaguely remember how my parents took me to look at the shooting stars when I was a child. They told me that actually they don't fall at all. And it's not really stars. Meteors are breaking into pieces and burn to ashes, unable to break through the Earth's atmosphere. The last moment is the brightest. The crowd gathers only to watch them vanishing. But then, in childhood, I didn't care at all what was happening in the sky. Soft smiles of my parents were shining as bright as the stars. Look! I've seen falling stars, but I have never observed a meteor shower, to be honest. It's a bit loud. I looked where Merope was pointing. The dark sky was filling with white stripes. Clover took a notebook out of her backpack. Romana hastily grabbed the camera. The sky was split by dozens of flashes, outlining short, bright lines with their glow descending into nothing. But as soon as they vanished, many times more lights replaced them, and then more, and more. There were more and more of them. The black blanket, the blue-black blanket that is spread out above us began to drown in these flashes, like all the stars decided to fall from the firmament at one moment. The sky was ready to fall. Nobody had words. Everybody was silent, as if enchanted, unable to tear their eyes away. I looked at the guys. Todd was frozen, his mouth was slightly open, and on his lips there was a genuine, happy smile. How strange it is to see him so pleased. David leaned his shoulder to Todd's shoulder, and he didn't even notice that. Clover breathed out, and Evan, who was standing next to her, with breathless admiration pointed at another bright flourish left by the fading meteor. I didn't see, but for some reason I knew Merope sitting next to me was also enjoying it. My eyes slid further towards Roma and Seth. First I thought that Romano had forgotten at all that he had a camera in his arms and just froze, stunned. But still, he was occasionally snapping back to reality, taking a picture. Seth must have felt my glance and looked at me. His blue eyes reflected the stars and falling lights, like a small sky right next to me. Everyone was completely absorbed by this sight. I felt this inexplicable thrill that bounded my chest as well. Something that was reaching out but had no expression. Some strange feeling of overflowing euphoria. The rampage of lights began to die down. There were fewer and fewer flashes. We followed the last bright flash with our eyes, and for some time just stayed quiet, looking upward. The shower continued, but the lines became less expressed, losing their previous beauty. Romano was the first to banish the delusion. He stood up and took a few steps back. That was cool! Now everyone face me! and give me a smile. Everyone barely had time to turn to him when when a flash appeared. My eyes stung from such bright light. Roma, show me the picture. Did you take pictures of the sky? Didn't you notice anything weird? It seemed to me. Clover pulled Romana's hand, willing to examine the pictures, and Todd timidly looked over his shoulder. Is he interested in the photos too? Seth was teasing David, so he blushed awkwardly. Merope laughed, covering her mouth with a fist. I don't hear her laughing very often. I didn't get into the conversation, but I think everyone is having fun. There are no displeased faces. Even Evan looks happy. Maybe I look the same right now? Maybe I look the same right now. I closed my eyes and filled my lungs with fresh, cool air. You don't get us full team very often. Todd always vanishes. And now, staying together with everyone, I think that even if I can't find the planetarium, I'll be satisfied anyway. Watching the celestial event gently turned into a tea party under the open sky. Merope and Evan poured still hot tea into cups, and light steam began to curl with charming swirls. Everyone willingly accepted the warming drink. That was great! And you're lucky, as you saw the brightest little star in the universe. What star? Me, of course. He pronounced it with a cutesy, funny voice and comically fluttered his eyelashes a few times. Yeah, it doesn't have any self-confident issues. First Clover had seriously looked him up and down, but then she couldn't stand it and burst out laughing. Unable to resist, Merope and Romana laughed too. Then the others joined them. Looks like this night was so special for the guys that even David's jokes seemed more funny than stupid. Too bad it doesn't happen often. So many shining lights. It was so bright that it seemed like now the sky is empty. Our eye can see up to 5,000 stars in the whole night sky. So it's only an optical illusion. Soon I'll adjust and then the stars will appear in the sky again. They won't leave you alone at night. Not only at night. What? The stars appear not only at night. Todd hesitated. A face was silent for a moment, but then continued. Formation of the Crab Nebula was a result of an explosion of a supernova in 1054. According to Evan's face, he didn't understand why was this fact said. Neither did I. Chinese and Arabic astronomers wrote that the explosion was so strong and bright that it was seen both day and night for several months. Wow. Cool! You're like a walking encyclopedia. Tell us something else. An awkward smile appeared on Todd's face. Is he so pleased with the attention or star information is bursting to get out? The moon always faces the Earth with one side. One day is longer than a year on Venus. It takes about 8.5 minutes for the sunlight to reach the Earth. Cool! Tell us more! David enjoys these random facts like an enthusiastic child. A word, astronomy, was first used in the 13th century. Though, at first, this science more resembled the modern astrology. David turned to Marrow. It's like I'm on a quiz show. Category, astronomy, value, 300 points. You are all Stardust. What? This is a quote. Every atom in your body came from a star that exploded. And the atoms in your left hand probably came from a different star than your right hand. It really is the most poetic thing I know about physics. You are all Stardust. You couldn't be here if stars hadn't exploded, because the element, the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, iron, all the things that matter for evolution and for life, weren't created at the beginning of time. They were created in the nuclear furnaces of stars, and the only way for them to get into your body is if those stars were kind enough to explode. The stars died so that you could be here today. And the moon is hollow. It's not proven, just another empty theory. Because they make you think so. Imagine what a comfortable place it is to locate a base. You sit inside the moon and such simpletons like you don't even suspect a thing. Hey. Wait, I think I got a signal. Clover grabbed the walkie-talkie and began to whispering something. The guys continued to throw facts, competing in the sharpness of their knowledge, but this quote kept spinning in my head. There's a particle in each of us, similar and akin to the one that is in someone else. But then why are we so different? Why can't I find this very particle of myself in those who are near me? Why is it always so hard to understand them? Maybe I will never learn. The quiz continued. I heard many artifacts and personal ideas. About the stars, the satellites, about the rings of Saturn. Todd said that the rings are the flattest structure known to science at the moment, being some 300,000 kilometers end to end, but with a vertical thickness of about 10 meters. That is true. Even more silly. If you would disturb them, they would literally disperse. Seth said that the journey of light from distant stars and galaxies takes so much time that we, in fact, see the objects like they were hundreds, thousands, or even millions of years ago. That is true. The best part is it's not even about the stars we see with the naked eye. That is basically like the past of objects that most likely not exist anymore. The best part is even if you take the best telescope and look at like a very far planet, there's a good chance that this planet might not exist anymore. So it can be said that when we look at the sky, we can see the past. True. He added that it's kinda sad, but there's no reason to mourn if you ask me. And then there's an anime called Darker Than Black, where the sky is not real. As well, the guys agreed that aliens came from Earth, from Alpha Centauri. As well, the guys agreed that the aliens came to the Earth from Alpha Centauri because, well, from where else? When came, why, where is this information from? Clover didn't say a word. After that, Romana and Clover exchanged conspirator. Okay, I have to look this up because I'm not sure if this word is correct. It is an actual really word like that. Conspiratorial. Okay, now I know how to pronounce it correctly. Conspiratorial glances, and came to the telescope, insidiously giggling and occasionally snapping pictures. Clover was looking, sometimes checking with some records in her notebook. And when, I suppose, everything was right, she gave an order to Romano, and he readily created a new picture of an area in the sky Clover has pointed at. Like such, a simple camera can capture changes in the stellar space. Or what are they photographing? UFOs? After making a few more pictures, Romano returned to the others. Oh, tea's over. We have a kettle. There should be some more tea left as well. Give me the thermos. I'll go for it. Kurt, can you give me the key for the club room? Oh no. Now I don't know which is the correct decision here. How evil. Do I go for the hot water? Or do I give her the keys? Let's say I go for the hot water. I can always go back. I better go myself. It will be bad if she gets scalded. Give it to me. I'll go myself. Thanks. She handed me the thermos. I took the first tea I came across, put it into the thermos and poured boiling water. I wondered how much I should put in. This much? I think that's enough. Not enough. Can't even look at the color of the fluid in this thermos. Should I add sugar? No. There's sweets on the roof and not everyone drinks sweet tea. I should have asked before. Okay, I'll have to figure it out. Okay, they will have to figure it out for themselves now. As I was going up the stairs, I heard Clover's worried voice. What's going on here? Okay, I will save on this. But I will load this again. Just curious what's the difference. I give her the keys. Here. I gave her the keys and she went away. Clover, Roma and David were standing a little apart and loudly talking, involuntarily involving everyone, at least as listeners. Oh, to do this, you need to tune in. Clear your mind. How do you do that? Just don't think about anything. I'll try. That's hard. If I don't think about something, then I think about that I mustn't think. Oh, I did it. Then you will be the first. Clover handed him her precious walkie-talkie. David put it to his ear and looked thoughtful. Hear anything? Romana and she dreamily stared at David. I hear... What? Hear what? They're talking to me. Quiet. Hard to make out. Clover closed her mouth with both palms, I suppose, to not say a word. David, they're calling my name. David and me. Mero. David and Mero David and Mero are a perfect couple. David and Mero are a perfect couple. Seriously? Let me listen. She took the walkie-talkie and put it to her ear. I don't hear. Your mind is not clear enough. Try again. Maybe that's because you're taller? You hold the walkie-talkie closer to space. Clover held out her hand with the walkie-talkie and even stood on tiptoe. In her other hand, she held an umbrella, which now served her more like a walking stick. What are they saying? I hear nothing. Clover stepped back and bumped into the railing. Ouch! Hey, be careful. You're on the roof, watch your step. My walkie-talkie! I came up to an edge of the roof. The walkie-talkie was on the other side of the railing, lying pretty close to the edge. Where is it? Here it is. What should we do? Take it easy, I'll get it. How? Well, here it lies. There's a huge ledge. I'll fit. That's what is happening. Don't do it, David. Everything is fine. Whatever. Oh, come on. I get it. Stop. Stop. It's not funny. Don't worry, Clover. We'll think of something. Don't do it. It's my own fault that I didn't hold the walkie-talkie well. Think of what? I'll do it quickly. Are you really going to do this? Well, yeah. Oh, are you worried about me too? How cute. Don't be afraid. I'll make it back in one piece. One piece. No need to climb over anything. There are others, more adequate ways. I looked around for something to hook the walkie-talkie. My glance stopped at Clover. Well, of course. Do such coincidences really exist? I'll borrow that. I took the umbrella out of the hands of the surprised girl. Strange that she didn't think of it. I moved the walkie-talkie closer to the railing by hooking it with the rounded umbrella handle. After working a bit more, I grabbed it sturdily and carefully, carrying it along the railing, retrieved the walkie-talkie. That's it. You did it! Thank you, Kurt. She held it to her face. Yuck, it's dirty. And broken, no doubt. Ah, Kurt, you stole my glory. First, think with your head next time. Then maybe I'll share a bit of my glory with you. Todd finished his tea and put the mug on the floor, then stood up and came closer to the edge of the roof. Now he's standing there, completely alone. There may be no more suitable... There there may be not a more suitable moment for a conversation. I'll take off for a while. Where? I gestured at Todd. Shall I come with you? No need. Better make sure that nobody will bother us. I came up to Todd and leaned against the railing. Why is he so insisting on this? He's so insisting on this planetarium, despite that he already knows that it was involved in something bad, a memory that nobody wants really to think about. At the same time, I also feel like there has been misguided blame, and that part, yes, I agree, should be cleared up so people can just get over it. But, yeah. Thank you for inviting me. Today was just wonderful. I was startled by surprise. Of course I came to talk, but I didn't expect ahead to begin the conversation. And even more, I didn't expect to be praised. No need to say thanks. Of course, you were invited. You're the head of the club after all. I'd never seen a meteor shower before, and I'm glad that I could share this moment with you. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with cold evening air. I don't want to beat around the bush. I, as much as you, have liked this day. Generally, such events bring people together. What do you think? I think you're right. I don't like when there's some omission in a team. There shouldn't be any. Do you agree? What do you mean? It's something that keeps troubling me. That's my character. If I want to figure something out, then I will really stick with me. You have understood what I'm talking about? About the planetarium? Will you tell me where it is? Please. Sorry. That's all my fault. He bowed his head. What fault? What does he mean by answering out of point? I'll wait for him to continue. I have to go. Todd walked briskly towards the exit. Hey, wait! You haven't finished. I ran after him, but was stopped by Evan, who blocked the passage to the stairs. Step back, you're in my way. Todd is gone. Talk to him next time. When? Next time might be tomorrow, or maybe never. You know perfectly well that catching Todd is an outstanding task. You saw that he's upset. Don't bring him to tears. Bring him to tears? Maybe I shouldn't breathe in his direction to accidentally disturb him? Sorry. He's right. You can talk later. Did they all conspire? I'm so sick of that. Following Todd, everyone went home. We were the only ones left. When did your head vanish? I haven't noticed that. That's his superpower. Like a teleportation? More like saving from occupation. Occupation. Very wittingly. Yeah. Learn while I'm alive. Would be funny if it wasn't so sad. So what should I do now with this damn planetarium? I dozed off in the bus and now I feel like I'm a vegetable. He's a vegetable now. I would like to go to sleep sooner. House is stiffy and once again I curse the broken air conditioners. What's that? I'm sure I've turned all the sound notifications off. Sound is coming somewhere from here. So I think from the backpack? What's that? Romano's phone? I flipped the phone. Yeah, I think this is his. I should turn off notifications before I will get spammed with these signals. Great, now it's silent. How did it end up in my bag? Screw that, how could Romano forget his phone? Doesn't he check it every 5 minutes? I've checked Romano in whatever that is. Great, he's online. Wait, let me get that through my head. So he's writing to Romano from the phone. Okay, that works. You could literally just use an online messenger. And he's like on a desktop. Okay, that works. I found your phone in my bag. Good, that's great, you wrote. I've already thought that I lost it. How did you get it? I don't remember that. Didn't you put it in? No. Someone mistook your phone with mine? That can't be an excuse for rummaging through other people's bags. Oh well, that's not important. Good thing you have it. Will you bring it to me tomorrow? Without it, I'm as without hands. That is a weird phrasing. If I'm not mistaken, there are tracking systems in such phones, and Roma would have found it himself sooner or later. I will. Thanks a lot, man. You're my savior. Tomorrow morning, I'll need to clarify where we will meet. I wouldn't like to go to school. I wouldn't like to go to school. Romano lives closer. Maybe he will even visit me? This evening left many conflicting feelings. Pleasant gathering ended absolutely not the way I wanted. I'm disappointed and confused. And we're 21 minutes late. Happy New Year to someone on this planet. Not me yet. Rewinding the latest events in my mind, I feel like I could have done something something different. Put it in other words, say nothing. Whoa! But all these thoughts are so useless. Tomorrow is a new day. The day I can change something. You can change something at any given point. It's time to dream. I woke up from pain all over my body. There are traces of handcuffs on the wrists. My legs ache like I was beaten a few hours without stopping. I looked around. There's darkness around me, but anyway, I understand that I'm alone in the room. The room is empty. There's nothing but a metal door locked from the outside. Are you awake? I heard a voice from nowhere. Despite it's distorted by the interference, I recognized it at once. Father? I haven't seen him since very childhood. Since my childhood, and now we meet under such circumstances. Well, pretty eloquently. He just abducted me, leaving me no choice but to obey his orders. What? Are you awake? The door opened and a bright light blinded my eyes. Come out. I'm waiting. No point in resisting. I know what will happen. I went towards the light. As soon as my eyes could perceive a picture, I saw a giant metal head. What's that? A robot? Yes. Get in. Get in the fucking robot, Shinji. The robot head opened, showing me the control mechanisms. I can't believe what is happening. What is this boy dreaming? Is it really not a dream? Such robots just can't exist. I haven't heard anything about them. But I can't pilot this thing. Doesn't matter. Get in, Shinji. Is that all you brought me here for? Yes. Get in the robot, Shinji. I can't. I'm not Shinji. Do you have legs? No, actually I don't. I'm a streamer. Streamers don't have legs. Are they moving? So you can come and get in. So you can come and get in it. Anger boiled inside. All the resentment accumulated during the years of our separation. All the pain I had to live through alone. Are you frozen? Wake up. I'm telling you, wake up. I jumped on the bed and tried to catch my breath. What a weird dream I had. I don't think I saw something like that on TV recently. Wake up, Shinji. It is time. To have daddy issues. Maybe that's a plot of some game Romano told me about, or maybe it's a plot about an anime/manga that is not actually good. Or at best mid. I can't remember everything he said. I stretched myself and looked out of the window. The sun is rising and soon it will show its true power. Remember, Coffin, when you tomorrow wake up and the sun is showing you its true power. For now I can go outside and not be afraid of being burned alive. I took out the fridge. Yes, I went into the kitchen and I one-punch manned my fridge. I took my fridge out. I took out of the fridge a milk carton, poured a glass and threw the empty carton away. Da, na zdrowie. Shall replenish supply. I shall replenish supply. I wonder if the translators actually understood Russian, or if the translator literally just took the Russian sentences by sentence and threw it into Google Translator and then tried their best to make sense out of it, and even then failed to actually make it sound like an English sentence. it's at this point of like, it's so bad sometimes that it is funny again. Like, I'm not saying like you cannot play this game and don't understand what is going on, but you could have put a little bit more effort into it. I sat on the couch, arms set, and took a first sip. What can be better than a cold milk? Other kinds of milks. The brain gave me some answers, as milk and toast can be better than milk, or cocoa, sweet and already hot. My head is solving wrong questions. I put the glass and fell on the couch with my back. Maybe you put the glass down and then fell on the couch with your back. There was a ceiling, wide and flat, before my eyes. This ceiling is the greatest ceiling I've seen in my entire life. It's been a while since the last time I didn't have any plans for a day. I don't know what to do with my life. I need occupations. I need something to do. I can't deal with this. Nothing to do. Addicted to school. I get a bit nervous of this uncertainty, although it's only the beginning of the day. There's plenty of time. Enough time to decide what to do next. I'm definitely getting closer to solving the mystery of the planetarium, but something is missing yet. I missed something. What? Solving the mystery? Sounds like the third-rate detective series. Unpleased faces of my club members appeared before my eyes. The awareness of the fact that they aren't really interested in searches. In searches makes me doubt my own priorities. The awareness of the fact that they aren't really interested in searches. Oh my god, guys, you dislike Googlings for something? Oh, no, don't shame me that I like it and you don't. What does that even try to... Maybe I should drop it and think what we can do next school year instead. I should get Seth and David, the newcomer, interested. One idler is okay, but I won't tolerate two slackers. The first year of our club existence, we, in fact, haven't brought anything new to the school. We just continued the notes of the Astro Club, but that won't do. Now, when we know for sure that the club won't be closed, we should attract more students. I reached for the glass and, by making an awkward move, descended into chaos. What? I saw milk, like in slow motion, breaking into separate drops and falling on everything. The couch, on the floor, on the t-shirt, on my face. Oh no, milk! Oh, it's getting on my t-shirt. Now it's wet. Oh no, it's falling on my face. Oh no, let me take a selfie. Ugh. How did this all happen? Damn. Good that at least the glass isn't broken. I jumped off the couch and rushed to the kitchen. If I don't clean it all up, it will kill the couch that is too young to die. Especially in such an absurd way. The consequences of the accident have been eliminated. As soon as I replenish the supply of milk, everything will go back to normal. Just like I thought, it's terrible on the street. I shall buy a new cap or I'll get a sunstroke for sure. Music is too loud. Somehow. That's better. I turned another corner. What corner? There are no corners here. Closest mall is long behind me. I could have took it easy and enter into its saving coolness, but it's not that simple. I remember this road since my very childhood. Past a dozen houses, across the street, 2 blocks to the left, and we're almost there. The most delicious and freshest milk can be found here and nowhere else. But looks like it's not my day. From the closed doors of the shop, a sign. A sign is coquettishly looking at me. I don't know what the word coquettishly means, but hey. The shop doesn't work today. We apologize for the inconvenience. The shop doesn't work today. How about the shop is closed today? Like the entire shop, the building itself is like, today I don't want to work. Bzz. Apology accepted, but I can't replace the product I need. The product. There's nothing left but to turn back, and after all... What? There's nothing left but to turn back, and after all visit the nearest shop. Okay. I should actually get alcohol and get drunk. Then these sentences would make more sense in my head. I hope it won't suddenly close. Overcoming all the difficulties of the road, heat, stuffiness, and a giant crowd of passerbys that were trying to touch me with their body parts, I was on the crossroad I need. I had to make literally a few dozens of steps, but I couldn't. I got hit by some guy. Hey, watch out! Sorry, bro, I've got problems here. This voice. Kurt? How lucky! Oh, it's David. There was David himself in front of me. What was he doing in this district? No, universe. What? No, universe, if there's fate and predestination in you, although I know there isn't, then David is surely not the one you had to bring to me. But it was David, and on his face there was a happy and a doomed expression at the same time. He dusted off his pants and gave me a hand to help me stand up. I accepted his help and felt at once that it was a wrong decision. David pulled me so hard that with one move he got me on my feet and, without explaining anything, dragged me toward the mall. What's going on? I'm going the other way. No time to explain, just come with me. That won't do. If you value your life, then move your legs faster, tadpole. Your life will say you thanks later. I am not a tadpole. And anyway, how can my life say me anything? What's the guy thinking about? Wait, I can't run anymore. I was standing leaning back against the wall of some alleyway. I hope I won't have to wash my t-shirt after that. Although, what am I talking about? After this jogging, I'll have to wash absolutely everything. Whew, alright, we lost him. Cool, right? Cool what? I'm tired, I can't calm my breath, I'm hot, I'm sweating, my throat is dry. And that's because of this idiot. Consider yourself passing a baptism of fire. We are now best friends, accomplices, and blood brothers. Thanks, I don't need such kinship. Hey, I'll be offended. As you wish. In fact, it is I who should be offended. Knocked me down, broke all my plans, made me rush through the street in this heat. It's dangerous, you know? Our Peter was a bit more dangerous than some sun. You say it with such a funny voice, like it's something good. Okay, don't look so glum. I'll buy you something to drink and we're even. Think you can buy me for a bottle of water? However, I won't refuse. But do it faster. Of course not. For the bottle of sweet water. What a day. I sat down and let my overstrained legs relax. Just got in trouble because of that foolish guy. We ran into the mall and assessing the situation, I pulled David to the closest shop. Back then I didn't know who are we running from. He dragged me to rows with women's what? He dragged me to rows with women's underwear. I wanted to protest, but David closed my mouth at once. I didn't hesitate and bit him. Then he bothered to tell me what actually was going on. Turned out that all the problems are because of a girl. I know David only for a week, but I can already say with confidence that's just like you. He told me how he came to talk to some chick. Everything was okay for the first 2 minutes. Then some giant guy interfered the conversation who turned out to be a boyfriend of the chick. David dramatically described how the guy promised to break his skull and do other harmful actions. I think David laughed it off somehow poorly and the giant guy rushed after him. When I asked why he failed... What? When I asked why the failed lover involved me in his run, he answered that he had decided to save me. Save me, right. It was you who put me in danger. At some moment David crouched like he felt danger. And there really was this very guy was walking outside. His eyes were bloodshot and promised nothing good. After looking around a few times, he walked by and headed to the escalator on the second floor. David sighed in relief. He relaxed so much that The fuck is this sentence? He relaxed so much that he began to put underwear hanging on the nearest hanger to my face. Whatever. Then let me understand that it is time to get away from here. Unfortunately, our adventures didn't end here. At the very exit, we bumped into our pursuer. Good that he turned out not to be really fast. We lost him and finally could take a breath. David is gone for a while. I had a bad feeling and I looked around the corner. Well, it was a mistake to worry. Here he is, chatting with another lady. I managed to attract his attention and called him here with a gesture to the alleyway. Here, take. He finally gave me a cool full bottle. I put it to my forehead. Good. After taking a couple of sips, I relaxed. At some point, I really thought that this big guy would catch me. After this event, we just have to take a drink. And what are we doing now? I demonstratively rolled the half-drunk bottle in my hand. Am I talking about water? So, what am I see? I told you, I'm a minor. I mustn't drink alcohol. You, by the way, too. Yeah, told me. And fell for it again. Enough kidding on me. How funny and cute you are, after all, Kurt. Call me cute again, and your weekdays in the UFO club will be darker. Wow, you use the threads. David took out his phone and put it to his ear, then asked me to wait with a gesture. Yeah, right. You're just in time. On the cross. Yeah, exactly. Sure, what did you think? I'll hold him. Waiting. He dropped the call and happily stared at me. Not a good sign. Hey, don't you want to hang out together? According to this talk, soon someone else will come. Now my stream is complete. There is my first bot of the day. I don't want. I didn't sign up for all these adventures at all. I'll pass. We've lost him already. You're safe. You don't need my covering anymore. Although it was clear since the very beginning that I couldn't help him here anyhow. If that's all, then I'm going to the shop. If not for you, I would be at home long ago. No, wait. I even prepared a surprise for you. Another one. First, David's surprise is still walking somewhere nearby, in hope to smear us on the wall with an even layer. So you live somewhere near? Will you invite me? I won't. I heard footsteps from behind, and some moment I thought that the pursuer had found us again. But everything was alright. I always recognized this voice. Here's your surprise. Are you glad? Seth crossed his arms, breaking into a smug smile. Well, of all those who could David invite, Seth is definitely the best option. Hey, how did you come here so quickly? Aren't you glad to see me? Rather glad than not, but I'm not in the mood for friendly meetings. I need to go to the shop. Kurt, don't be so boring. Let's take a walk. Who do you care for more, us or your shopping? Shops will wait. I wonder if he'd really be upset if he leans that between him and milk I would choose. What? I wonder if he will really be upset if he learns that between him and milk I would choose the latter. What brings you by after all? I called Seth while standing next to the soda machine. He said that he didn't mind hanging out. Well, hang out together. I'm telling you I have unfinished business now. Seth did well. But what does it have to do with me? Seth squinted and smiled slyly. Let's grab a bite, somewhere from the beginning. I terribly want to eat, and so surely do you, Kurt. Then we'll decide what to do. My stomach growled as a sign of consent. I definitely like this idea. Insidious Seth knows my weak spots. That's not even a weak spot. Everybody has a better mood if they can eat something when they are hungry. I was horrified to find I left the house more than 3 hours ago. Right now, I was digesting a dish of the day from the cheapest cafe. But in fact, I've learned about the price category only after they brought us the bill because David ordered a lunch for everyone without even letting me look at the menu. He volunteered to pay for everyone, but when our sitting in the cafe was over, his wallet turned out to be as empty as the donation box in a small village church. My money wasn't enough to spend enough even to pay for my own portion. Seth came to the rescue. He paid for our lunch with his credit card. Well, now I owe him. We fell on a bench next to the palm that pitiful... Can I read? We fell on a bench next to the palm that helpfully bestowed its shadow upon us. We dined like kings. We dined like kings. Yeah, now I'm getting sleepy. I can feel that. You shouldn't sleep after eating or you will get fat. That's bullshit. Here, by the way, great waves come not far from the shore. I dabble in surfing, so I know much about the saddling the shrew. Saddling the shrew, is this even a term? He winked. Seth chuckled. Is that supposed to be a joke? It probably is. If you do sport, then you surely won't gain weight. Firstly, you can be overweight and be a sportsman at the same time. Secondly, why does that have anything to do with Seth? That is true. Here's the harsh truth. Your body hates spending energy, aka calories. Your body spends every day the same amount of calories that it needs to. And if you start to do anything actively, you will actually not really burn much more calories than someone who is not doing anything. In the beginning, you will, and then your body will subconsciously make you put less effort into your workouts, so it has to spend not more calories. Yeah, it's mean, isn't it? Our bodies are so mean to us. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't do anything. You should. It's good for your health. Look at him. Yeah, you're right. He's almost perfect. You know why almost? Because there can only be one perfection, and it's me. I managed to hold my arm that was reaching for my forehead. Surfing is great. We tried it a few times, but gave up. Yeah, I remember. We rent 2 surfboards, waited for some small waves and tried to ride one of them. I couldn't. Too hard to keep the balance. Although Seth did pretty well. I said that it wasn't for me, and Seth didn't try to dissuade me. We didn't take surfboard anymore. Surfboard. Also, I forgot that. Hopefully the audio wasn't terrible until now. We didn't take any more surfing lessons. Strange that even he gave up trying, even with his talent for sports. I think he liked to feel the wave. Why? Why? Not even a question mark. You were born to surf. You have a wonderful sense of balance and coordination and plasticity. Not like the tadpole. David nodded at me. I think he is looking for trouble. No offense, Kurt, but you look like a figurine of my Uncle Lenny that was carved out of maple in shop class by my cousin Diggory from Oklahoma. Kurt, you never been called a rough log so elegantly ever before. Seth nudged me in the shoulder, making me even more annoyed. No, that's not what I meant. Kurt is not plastic. What do you know about my plasticity? We are not even classmates. I got indignant, but Seth must have been genuinely enjoying what was happening. His stretching is okay. You've decided to take a walk. Not far away, according to David, there should be a beautiful fountain that we just have to see. My complaints about the fact that I'm not interested in fountains were ignored. David has a tendency to not take me seriously. Even though he's a high school student, I won't tolerate that. In about 15 minutes, when I already decided he lied to us or got lost, the fountain was really found. Absolutely usual and unremarkable. And we came here for that? But in fact, there's one pro here. The fountain gives a saving coolness, and if you come close, it will make you a bit wet with tiny splashes. Watch out, Kurt, don't fall! Yeah, like I'll fall out of the blue. Felt how David pushed me with his hip, probably thinking that it's a good idea. I tried to hold on by waving my hands in all directions, but I stumbled and fell right into the fountain with a loud splash. Wow! Here's a tip. Don't do that. Like, even if you don't happen to have your phone in your pants, and yes, I know most phones are waterproof now, but regardless, I would still not risk it even if I had his waterproof phone. Like, avoid it even if you think it will survive, because it's always a risk. It's like, yeah, maybe other things you have like on you that are not waterproof. Just stupid. Right now, sitting waist deep in cold water, I can't get myself together. This moron didn't just break all my plans, make me run all over the city. He also threw me into the water. Is he serious at all? David wants me to hate him? Soon it will be so. Before I could formulate a swearing, I heard a splash, and two white feet stopped next to me. Seth jumped in the water right after me. Come on, get up, you're all wet. Uh-huh. He gave me a hand and I willingly accepted it. I immediately checked the phone for serviceability. It was alright. Otherwise, David would have spent all his summer working, saving money to buy me a new phone. I paid attention to Seth's shoes that were carefully standing on the fountain's side. How could he take them off so fast? It's pure coincidence. I just wanted to joke. I didn't think you really so wooden and will fall. Sorry. Yeah, looks like you rarely think at all. But what doesn't think, so everything is fine. My palms clenched into a fist themselves. Another word and I'll hit him. Everything's okay, David. Give me your hand. Help us get out. I held my breath with indignation. What means okay? Do you think everything's fine? David gave a hand to Seth but he, instead of getting over the side, rammed his toes to it and sharply dragged David. He, of course, fell flat in the water, making a typical slap. That will teach you for mocking Kurt. Well, we're even now. Now we are all wet. But you're not wet below the knee. That should be fixed. David tried to take Seth with him, but Seth managed to dodge. They both laughed in a happy and pleasing way, preparing to splash in the water. Am I the only one who finds this situation completely not funny? I will be honest, if I had like my stuff in my pants that is potentially not waterproof and someone would do that, I would be pissed off too. If that wasn't the thing, then probably I would also have fun. It's different. Like, do this like on every day, or like as a joke push someone into a pool when you already have like pool stuff on, like your swim suit, swim gear, whatever, boxes, then it's not really a big problem. David tried again, but the approaching guardian of order saved me from the imminent fate to get slushed again. His fast steps and outraged face promised no good. But for the guys, it looked like another adventure. They, to David's funny whooping and ululation, what is this word? Grabbed me and Seth's shoes and ran away from the policeman. Hey, come on, are you still Grum? Told you it was a coincidence. You spoiled my whole day. He's looking at me with the same foolish smile. I think he has no conscience at all. Okay, let it be so. As an atonement for my sins, I'll reward you generously. Come on, tell me, what girls do you like? Oh god, now he's starting this again. This guy is basically the personification of a himbo. What does this have to do with anything? He's always talking about girls, his head is absolutely empty. I'll give you a number of some beauty. You know how many I have? And how great my memory is? I remember faces of all of them. But you don't remember their names, right? I won't be surprised if they remember your face too. It's hard to forget such an annoying guy. I'll take that as a compliment. So what girls? Got the wrong guy with this reward. You were better off offering something useful. Girls are annoying. They always chat about some stupidity and don't listen at all when you're telling them something important. It goes in one ear and out the other. Although many guys are no better. You are an angry type. Is there someone that doesn't annoy you? I think I can endure only Seth longer than anyone. He understands me well and won't nag me if I'm not in the mood. Moderately talkative, moderately calm. I can count on him. But talking about the club duties, there's not enough enthusiasm in him, especially when we talk about documents. Wow, I'm the chosen one. Nice. Look, Seth, someone is looking for an opportunity Look, Seth, someone is looking for an approach to your heart. The most important for it not to be a back... What? The most important for it not to be a backdoor. Not to be a backdoor. What does that even mean? Hell no. A sarcastic laugh came from his lips, then Seth jokingly slapped David. You'd better really hit him. David deserved it today. I don't think that there will be a girl that Kurt can endure longer than a day. Or a girl that can endure Kurt. Yeah, it's a nightmare to endure me. If it's useless, then maybe I can pour something from the pot of luck to you. Confess, whose number do you want? He turns to Seth. Yeah, that's not the best idea. You're so generous. Seth has enough of fans already. So leave your numbers, you'll need them more. Sounds like you're jealous. Don't be afraid, if Seth finds a girlfriend, he will have time for you too. And if not, well, then I'm always at your service. I'm so sick of these jokes about jealousy. What's that got to do with anything? Let Seth be overlaid with girls. It would be better for at least any of them to be bothered by... what? It would be better for at least any of them to be bothered by really important things. They have only girls in their minds. I'm not jealous. Enough, the topic is closed. What really bothers me is the planetarium search. Do you need it so much? I don't mind, by the way. It's cool when there are lots of cool things in the club. Of course you don't. I don't need it personally. That's property of the club. I don't want to watch someone stealing something that belongs to us. If you will be so nervous about it, If you will be so nervous about it, you will lose your hair. Want to become bald by graduation? That's not cute at all. Any of you come to help me there would be so much less stress in my life. I understand your annoyance. It's not very good now, but something will surely work out, and you will find it. I believe in you. He believes in me, you see? Although his words sound so sincerely that my annoyance comes to naught. Seth patted me on the back. Well, okay, don't call me that way. Am I a little child or what? If you will try long, then you certainly will succeed. You surely won't give this up. You always got to go till the end. Sometimes I think that nobody needs it. Don't worry so much. It will be found, I'm sure. Better tell me this. Can you give me... I'm not giving you Merob's number. It's an illegal distribution of private information. Wow, I guessed it on the first try. What a shame. So you put your eye on her, yeah? Not at all. Merob is a good girl, but I'm not going to put neither my eye, nor my hand, nor anything else on her. We are friends. So Clover is more of your type? Or can he just make these conclusions? They're all just my club members. I feel nothing extra common towards them. Well, that's great. So you won't compete with me? Then how about some help, huh? A small friendly number delivering. I was. He couldn't finish it because he bumped into somebody. Again. Life doesn't teach him anything. You should watch where you go. I looked up, but there... what? I looked up, but there where I expected to see a face of a victim of David's Negligent? Ugh. I know the word, I just don't know how to pronounce it. Negligence. I met only a muscular covered with black t-shirt chest. Oh no. It can't be. This very big guy that was haunting David. Haunting or hunting? Ran as fast as we could. Seth rushed without asking any extra questions. He thinks fast. Also, I don't understand. So you have a guy who is talking to your girlfriend, trying to flirt with her. Why would you then... Like, it's okay, you're becoming jealous, but why would you then think like, yeah, I'm going to beat him up? Like, why? That's like the dumbest idea that you can have. You can tell them off. Say like, hey, it's my girlfriend. She's not interested. Stay away. There's no need to get violent, because that brings you only more trouble. I didn't know if this man was chasing us, but I didn't really want to check. I think if I look around, then I will meet my death face to face. We hurried up. That's surprising how I felt nothing. Neither muscle pain, nor tiredness, no fear, no thirst. David was running a little ahead. It must be an experience of chases he survived. It must be an experience of chases he survived. Good, let him run. If I catch him, I will definitely kill him. Kill him! It is 10 minutes past. 10 minutes ago, happy nude deer to somebody on this planet. Hooray! This day seems to be like some ridiculous dream. As soon as I crossed the threshold of my own house, I fell at once. Right there, in the hall. I lied and stared at the ceiling, thinking about the fact that I won't be surprised if my legs will fail me tomorrow. I've never run like that before. After ensured that we were safe, David offered to celebrate our rescue by going to a cinema to his friend. Yeah, everything I want on a hot day when I'm all sweating is to rush into a stuffy cinema. David was successfully sent home away from trouble. Seth and I also went home. Almost immediately I realized that I haven't bought milk. But my legs hurt so much that I don't want to move. I mean, I want to move. I just can't. The day lasts unpleasantly long. Dinner is cooked, dishes are washed, the house is clean. I have no idea what to do. I must switch from studying mode to holidays mode. The heat is unbearable. Why am I running? Or do I have a fever? The temperature is alright. I think nothing can help me better than a cold shower. Wrong. Don't shower cold when it is hot outside. Take a shower at medium temperature. You will feel colder afterwards. If you do one extreme to the other extreme, then the other extreme feels even more extreme. That's better. I sat on the couch and with the corner of my eye, I noticed my phone flashing. Did my parents call me? Oh, that's just Romano. Right, Romano. Totally forgot to return his phone. Strange that he didn't write me earlier. I have no idea how he could survive the whole day without his iPhone. His iPhone. Now it's specific. Now it's an iPhone. Before that, it wasn't a phone. That doesn't look like any iPhone. Hello, Kurt. I urgently need something from my phone. Help me out. Long story short, open XXX folder. Should I really open the XXX folder? Oh, you will find 3 more folders. You need to open the first one and send me all the photos with 1,543 in the end of their names. There are about 20 of them. Where is the folder? Memory card. My files. Yeah, I see. I have attached the necessary pictures. Apparently something about school. Thank you. What do you think about meeting in 2 hours at the waterfront near the city? You will give me the phone and I'll buy you something tasty. Alright, just don't be late. Because the one thing we want to do today is walking more. Deal. But if anything, wait for me. I won't be able to make a call and ask to wait. Fine, but within reasonable limits. If you'll be an hour late again... I already asked you to forget about that case. Well, hold on now. I'll arrive early, so don't be late yourself. Coming at the appointed time is not the same as being late, even if you will come earlier. Don't be tedious. See you in 2 hours at the waterfront. How to occupy myself before the meeting. I need to close the folders for the beginning. How can I do that? Surely not like on my phone. It's not... there's even no buttons for that. Yay. Maybe that way? No, now I'm in the next folder. Some audio files. They don't look like music, only dates. Okay, maybe it will close that way? Uh-oh. Hi, Doc. Missed again. I accidentally opened the recording. Apparently it's Romano's voice. Hello, Romano. I'm glad to see you. Why does he have a recording like that on his phone? Yes, I correctly identified it's Roma. Did you decide what you want to tell me about today? Yes, I think. The second voice sounds familiar, but I can't understand who does it belong to? I want to tell you about him. Man, mature. It's on the surface. His voice is calm, but Romano sounds unusually serious. As you know, I haven't undergone the move to Los Angeles well. Besides, my grandma got really sick at the time. I was devastated and didn't understand and I didn't understand what I wanted and what to do. Didn't you want to befriend someone from the new school? It would help you to get used to the new city and let everything go. Shiver ran down my spine and reached my very neck. I did not. Why not? This recording surely wasn't meant for my ears. The blood pounded in my temples. Nobody would understand me. I couldn't focus on anything. I raised my finger over the pause button, involuntarily hesitating before making the decision. It would be better if I stop right now. All the time I was haunted by a feeling like I was in a vacuum. I shouldn't interfere with his personal life in such a brazen way. On the other side, if everything was so clear, I would press the stop button long ago. I didn't want to play. I didn't want to walk. I didn't want to eat. I didn't want to take pictures. I want to know what's happening with him. Is it idle curiosity or what? I knew the game would give me this option. In all of the reality, at this point you should stop, out of respect for privacy. But we are playing a visual novel, and I'm actually genuinely interested. I know that Romano had a switch of family. We don't know the reason why. And it is clear because he moved to another place. He lives now with a different family. It is clear that he had trouble in the beginning to make any friends until he started to become friends with Seth, and then with us, of course. But also the moment where we catched him like smoking, and I'm just interested to hear what's going on. So I will hear the rest of the file. Only when I was looking at the old photos for a long time, this void retreated for a while, and I could feel my heart aching. My finger still above the button. I can't stop the recording at any time. Nathan, I don't remember how we met. I think at Pete's sport match, he sat next to me. Who is Nathan? Someone from our school? I don't remember what we were talking about. We went to the same school, but he was 1 year older. He knew very much about Canada. Oh wait, he knew very much about Greater Minnesota, spoke French and Italian with me, although he had never been neither to France nor to Italy. It seemed like he knew everything. So it was back in Greater Minnesota before Romano moved to us in Los Angeles. Why would you... He did this because of the family, but otherwise I'm like, why would you ever move from Greater Minnesota to America? That is like the worst decision in your life. An awesome young man. I didn't have to look for a friend. He found me himself. Not much really existed for me back then. But a will to live definitely woke up inside of me. Then I thought that there was nothing but our friendship. It was something private, something closed, something secret, something that belonged only to us. I involuntarily held my breath. Our secret lair was expanding a bit. We brought there everything that was important to us and shared it for two. On my birthday, he gave me a ferret forge. living, soft, warm. And I gave him collected works of Dumas he wanted so much. I will interfere with random stuff. Here's a tip. If you're ever interested in having a ferret as a pet, never get one ferret. Always get at least 2 ferrets. If not 3. 3 is the best idea to get. Because ferrets are extremely social creatures, and if they are alone, they get depressed and they can die from it. So, you want a ferret, always get 2 at least. Better 3. Uncle Roy, Nate, and I together put up wallpapers with the landscape I once took in Greater Minnesota. We were very similar. He lost part of his family too, his mother and sister. It happened even before my parents died. Ah, that was the thing that happened. That sucks. I shuddered. My throat is dry. I should have turned off this recording before. I encroached on something innermost, something so personal that Romano himself would hardly tell me. I knew nothing about his family, but now I see. I can't be clearer. He lost his parents and friends of his family. The Waynes adopted Roma. I can barely imagine what he was feeling and what he is feeling now. At school, he wasn't really friendly to his classmates and peers. But he always was honest and open to me. You became very close. Did that make you feel better? I listened to every word, afraid to miss any detail. Yes, sure. I studied wonderfully, made many pictures. The classmates began to reach out to me. Did your world become wide enough to let in somebody else? No, not really. I liked everything. The guys started conversations with me themselves, and I was answering them. They were friendly and kind. Nate must have thought that I was abandoning him, that I don't need him anymore, although I think in his heart he understood that it wasn't so. At some point he just stopped answering my messages, calls. He tried not to look at me in hallways, and it seemed that he just crossed me off his painting of the world overnight. A silence followed. The silence lasted longer. Then the interrogator answered. Preemptive strike. What? He was afraid that you would leave him alone, and he did it first. In advance. I heard the typical sound of discontent. Romano annoyingly clicked his tongue. Yeah. And it all started over again. But it became much worse. I couldn't focus on anything. Pills didn't help. The only place where I felt good was my room, where I can at the same time look at the hot beach of Los Angeles and the icy heath of Greater Minnesota. Did the vacuum return too? Yeah. But now it didn't envelop me. It took everything. It was empty. And this emptiness, my bitterness, dissolved. Did you try to talk to him? Sure. For a moment, his voice became loud and emotional, the one that I got used to hear. But at once it returned to a calm, unnatural, indifferent tone. But there weren't enough troubles, and in a few months of my isolation, grandmother died. Grandpa and I were left completely alone, you see. I came to school that day. I didn't know who else I should go to. Found him and blurted out everything. I expected him to comfort me, that he would have at least one kind word. What did he say? His crone finally died. Few problems. That's all he said. I don't know what reasons Nathan had to leave Romano alone, but I can't try to understand that. Yet nothing justifies those words. He was a friend of some idiot. Such an unfunny story I told you, right? My time's up, Doc. Thank you for listening. Now everything is way different. No problem, Romano. I'm always glad to see you. I hope you and your friends. The audio file was interrupted, not letting me learn the end of their talk. Sitting a bit in silence, I remembered the second voice. I heard it only a few times, but I don't think I'm wrong. It belongs to our school psychologist. If I didn't meet him together with Roma, I could hardly tie it together. Romano consults with him. And why did he lie to me when I asked about their meeting? And why is he keeping these records? Unlikely for the psychologist, he's able to record the conversation himself. Yeah, that's what I think. Like, that's weird. Usually, as a patient, you do not record your sessions with a therapist. Looking at Romano, it's impossible to suggest that he's feeling bad. He always smiles and talks, always ready to come up to help despite needing it himself. I looked at the folder. Pretty many files. How long have they been meeting? Why didn't Roma tell us anything? Was he afraid we wouldn't support? Wouldn't understand? Or, sure, he didn't tell only me. Seth knows, only I'm still ignorant of that. I must tell Romano that I found his records. It wouldn't be fair to say nothing and pretend that nothing has happened. That's the problem, right? Problem is, you cannot tell how people really feel by just seeing and interacting with them. People are used to present an outside face to people, even to family and friends, that might not reflect their actual state and feelings. It's the reason that you see people who are like literally comedians as a job and present to you a happy, funny person, but in reality they struggle with depression. It's not uncommon. I arrived at the venue a bit earlier than the appointed time. Students and adults that go to the beach are continually walking on the embankment. The figure I need wasn't among them. I clutched the phone harder. Minutes lasted so long that I regretted my earlier arrival. The waiting was so unbearable I began counting passerbys. 1, 2, 4, 7. You're here already. Oh man. I went earlier, but you came first anyway. I was startled by surprise. I haven't noticed him coming at all. Here's your phone. I gave him the iPhone warmed by my hands. Thank you, Kurt. He held the phone to his cheek and made such a happy face, like his phone is the most precious thing he has. Don't you want to take a small walk? Well, let's go. We walked along the paved embankment. I'm like a squirrel in a wheel today. You know, I didn't want to go to the club today, but the curator called me, needed me so much that he called the house. We get the house calls only on holidays. At first, didn't understand what was that annoying sound. Turned out that my pictures suited them. The curator said that his friend editor would like to see me. Despite the fatigue, he is talking enthusiastically, actively gesticulating at the same time. Gesturing would be whatever. I was in a real photo studio. We talked much and I even was allowed to make a few pictures of them all. That's just for practice, of course. I was given much advice. I'm not sure that I remember everything. It was so cool. And yeah, my photos will surely be in the magazine. It's cool. You did a great job. I clapped him on the shoulder and he awkwardly scratched his head. I think Romano was embarrassed by my words, although I didn't try to flatter him at all. Complimented me. Wow. So nice. By the way, you remember swearing at me? Then in school, scolded me for a cigarette. Of course I do. Aren't you going to keep doing that? No, I'm not. It's harmful and in general last century. I have a better idea. Romano held up his index finger like asking me to wait and searched in his bag. A moment later, in his hand there was... What's that? Ta-da! Look how cool it is! I turned a strange device in my hand. So, what's that? A vape! No, Kurt! No, Romano! No! Smoking is not good for you and unhealthy. A vape is also not healthy. It is certainly only half as destructive as smoking, so therefore it is an improvement if you're an actual long-term smoker and you want to get away from smoking and you go to vapes, then you're certainly doing yourself a service, but it's not good. Ah! I want to take this boy and shake him. Come to your senses, Romano. Stop it. If you need so desperately something to distract from things, get yourself something else that is not destructive to your lungs and throat. Not a gram of nicotine, but tons of pleasure. Yet that's not the problem. That's not the problem, even if there's no nicotine in it. There are a lot of other substances in it that are not declared on vapes. Also, the smoke is damaging your throat. Well? How do you like it, Kurt? He took the vape back and inhaled it. The device sizzled deftly, flashing different colors. Romana breathed out, spreading clouds of steam around. Air got filled with the spicy smell of coconut. Looks suspicious. Oh, come on! RGB vape, yeah. Look, he's a gamer. You have to understand, he is a gamer. It must be RGB vape. Oh, come on, it's only a flavor. Propylene, glycol, and glycerin. Yes, but the flavor is not defined what is in there. Vape is about becoming illegal to sell in my country. Well, I'm not surprised. It's gonna get quite expensive. You tell people who smoke. You think like cigarettes are already expensive? You should see buying cigarettes in the UK. The UK has extremely expensive cigarettes, like even the most common ones. Certainly cheaper than a vape here. I'm not surprised about that, but like here in Europe, cigarettes are like taxed very heavily because they want people to stop smoking. Instead of just like outright ban it, they just like put a heavy tax on it. But people still buy it, of course, because yeah, like that will stop them. Not really. So people still buy, of course, cigarettes because of that. But you have also to consider this, like it is not a bad strategy. Of course, it would be better to just outright ban it, but let's face it, too many people are addicted to smoking. Like, if you buy a pack of cigarettes in Europe, or at least in my country, you have a pack, and on the pack it will say in big letters, smoking kills, or smoking is unhealthy. Like a really huge warning on the pack that must be on it to indicate that smoking is unhealthy. Some countries had a weird idea of like posting an actual picture of your lung on it. That was never a thing here, but that also doesn't stop people from smoking. They know what it does. They don't care. Every single brand has the same package in Australia. Yeah. The thing is, we do not exactly know the long-term consequences of vaping, but we know that it is not good for your throat, and we can safely say it is probably around only half as harmful as smoking cigarettes. The biggest problem with vaping is really that the liquid that you use for vaping has many not declared substances in it. Like there's no regulation on vaping liquids. It should. Like it really should. It's just an escape from the other thing into another addiction, and it doesn't change anything. The one positive thing I might add to this is at least I don't have to smell the smoke from a cigarette. But if it's just some shitty flavor in the water that is also something that I don't want to smell, then it's not helpful. There's nicotine in it. I'm sure it's not that different. I've tried vaping before. The only time I have a hard time breathing is vape. Yeah, I can understand that. There's not always nicotine in vaping. Like, there's a vast variety of vaping. Some have no nicotine, but most do have. That's coming from a chimney myself. Yeah. Oh, coffee. You would do yourself a favor if you would stop smoking. But that's just a tip, and you are clearly aware of it. I know that. Just because there's no documented health risk doesn't mean it's any better. True. Look, here's the thing. So there is a plant that is basically like, it looks like kind of a reed. It has like, it's hollow inside, and it kind of dries out towards summer, I think. And it is more or less like a staple in school trips to look for those plants, because you can do like fake smoking. You take like some part of the plant and you light up the other end, and then you basically smoke it like a cigarette. Students do that. I don't know if they still do this today, but back then I also tried that, and I can tell you it was garbage. Any vice have its own consequences. Take it or leave it. That's my take on it. Yeah. So my personal experience with smoking is I disliked it. Vape is like more convenient smoke, so people end up taking hits everywhere they go. Yeah. I will be honest, I don't feel that a lot of people actually vape in my country. I don't see it much at all. Like, I see more people smoking like cigarettes than I see people like vaping. And then there's the other thing. We have literally banned smokers out of public places. So if you want to smoke, you go outside. You can smoke outside. But like almost every public place banned smoking. Like restaurants that actually allow you to smoke inside are an absolute rarity. For smoking, they know it's harmful or for people, so most only smoke while they are alone or when they are among smokers. Yeah. Like I said, like we banned it from almost all public places. Smoking in public traffic, like public traffic, like trains, trams, buses, forget it. Smoke outside is okay, no problem. Why allow indoors? The smell really stays. Yes. But a longer time ago, they had that, right? Where they allowed smoking inside. Like, even if you look at very old movies where they literally allowed smoking in planes. Imagine that shit. What you say is not different from my time in Sydney. I'm not surprised. I think the majority of the world moved on to this point that they literally just banned smoking in public places, unless it is outside. Imagine smoking in a plane. Not only would it be terrible, but you also have to consider that they basically have to change the filters so much because it clogs up the entire air vents. Disgusting. Even I can't take the smell from smoking indoors. Yeah. I just don't like the smell. Like, cigarettes are already terrible, but there are some people who smoke cigars. Like, not really the big Cuban cigars, but like the thin cigars. And those things are horrible. Like, they... ugh. What do you mean that's me? I thought you smoked cigarettes. Scented cigars? Is that what it's called? It's called? Chapman. I found Chapman University. This is Instagram, and I don't give a shit about Instagram. But Chapman is one of the thick cigars. Doesn't smell like cigars, it depends on what flavor you bought. Yeah, but it's a thicker one. Mini cigars. Okay. Mini cigar Chapman. Okay. Yeah, basically those. except the ones I mean don't have like these huge, long white filters. At least this package has it. This other one is just one. But yeah, basically that. But just imagine that, but it's not like what you described with Chapman's, that it has like a specific flavor. It's basically just a cigar with normal like tobacco inside, but as a cigarette-sized cigar. And they just smell completely awful. Forte, the Japanese brand, even smaller than the regular cigs. I've tried the ones with no filter. It's quite smelly. Hi, Bob. And here I will tell you something that is a complete paradox to this. So, back in school, I had a friend and his father was smoking pipe. Not very pleasant, just the experience. Yeah, so the father of a friend in school had the father of a friend in my school smoked pipe. And strangely enough, I have to say, pipe is something that I can tolerate. Because it is not even near the smell of a cigarette. Yeah, it's basically just smoking tobacco. So you have the pipe and you put the tobacco in front and then light it up with fire and then you just puff it. But strangely enough, this wasn't like offending to my nose. I don't know if it depends on what kind of tobacco you use in the pipe, but that I was like, that is like something I can tolerate for a bit. And it's like, if I would say like, here's the smell of a cigarette, that is 100% offending, and here's someone smoking a pipe, it would probably be at 10% of the cigarette. Probably because there's only tobacco in it. There's a bunch of things inside 6. Yes. This could be clearly the indicator why smoking pipe is so much less offending than smelling a cigarette. Anyhow. Hey, coffee. You know what? If you need a replacement to smoking, get yourself a relationship. Look, I give you a healthy alternative. Well, I can get Amber Leaves tobacco, but with a pipe I would look like a cartoon villain. But isn't it great to be a cartoon villain? Amazing. You could also be Sherlock Holmes, who is not a cartoon villain, but he's a circus. Oh, Romano, why? No thanks. Why, Romano? Why? You replace one evil with another. Stop it. You're already addicted to social media and your phone. Why are you also vaping? Come on. Here's a good idea. Instead of vaping, come to me. I'll give you hugs. Want to inhale? Inhale? No? Oh, pass, thanks. I've heard about this stuff from Seth and Roma, but I don't know if it's really safe. Doesn't look better than cigarettes, only the smell is nicer. A lot of vapors I've seen seem to try the ones with the even more nicotine than regular cigs. Am I surprised? No. Shall read about this on the net. Well, never mind. Half is equivalent to like 2 cigs at once. Yeah. Here's a funny story that has nothing to do with smoking. So, a guy I worked with told me about his working place, and at some point he worked with someone together who did the following. So they were in the kitchen I felt insecure lately, but I feel better already. Do you? Yeah, everything's fine. He awkwardly scratched his head and smiled. Or he just lied to us. Again. But I kind of can understand this, that he doesn't want to talk about that. Looks like he has no desire to tell me the details. I hate your game. I will try this first, but I can reload if it's like going into a bad direction. At this point, personally, I would leave him alone. But I won't leave him alone so easily. And won't do. What? Your answer won't do. Not accepted. I got into not my business. I got into not my business. That's not a sentence. It's not my business, but I'm not going back. Sorry for that. Tell me what's bothering you. Maybe you'll feel better. Can't say for certain, but that probability definitely exists. Are you so curious? Yes. I mean, not really. I don't think that's just curiosity. Right now, I really worry for him. Tell you about the psychologist, huh? He looked around like he was afraid that somebody could hear us. Of course, he will be heard, but I don't think somebody will stop to get into our conversation. I go to him for some time already, and, you know, it bears fruit. It became much easier for me to understand my own thoughts. Usually I just tell him about what happened over the past week. Sometimes when I'm in the right mood, well, you know, melancholic, I speak about something that happened in the past. Something that made me worry much, or something that made me worry much, or something that was usual and boring. Mr. Jones always waits for me to think further and helps me to direct this thought. He doesn't give me ready-made solutions, but helps me to get them. That's amazing. Sometimes I think it would be nice to go to study psychology. And 3 minutes passed. Happy New Year somewhere on this planet. I like to meet new people, learn more, help, inspire. Although my heart is already occupied with photography. Do you think my heart is big enough for another hobby? He playfully winked at me. I don't think your heart can contain in itself something but blood. But you personally can cover really giant amounts of interests. Kiss already. The thing is, I don't think these two are going to be together or something like that. But I know you meant it as a joke. We're completely different here. You can fly between different topics like a hummingbird, while I can focus only on one thing. Oh, I forgot, there's no romance tag. I will be honest with you. It is absolutely clear that Kurt is absolutely not realizing that Seth fell in love with him. Like, Seth constantly tries to hint it, and Kurt is like, over my head. He doesn't realize it. But, like, now the game is basically also starting to make Kurt realize that he starts to do some things differently. He realizes that he is like picking it up so unconsciously, but he doesn't understand what it means. You know? He's basically like this person who is shutting every kind of feeling and emotion away from him, and that makes him so difficult to approach. But it also makes him like kind of blind to pick up on normal social cues. And Seth is clearly in love with Kurt. He just cannot just tell him because he's actually not. He's like fearing that we might not feel the same. And that is understandable. Now, here's the other thing. This is a very visual novel. And you never know. You never know. This could also be like, look, the weird part is Roma gets really well along with Seth. We cannot like suddenly make things up, but like Seth is in love with Kurt doesn't realize. But the fact how Seth and Roma get along, and like things like, oh, Roma and Seth just took a shower together in your home, is like, to me, okay, to me personally, I don't mind. Like, I see nothing in this, because I'm like, look, if you have good friends and you shower with them together, that doesn't mean anything. It just means like you are getting along well with your friends. Shower with your friends is nothing that like means, oh, I'm interested in you in a relationship way. But here's one thing that might happen in this visual novel, but it doesn't need to. That this is becoming like a triangle polyamorous thing between them. You know? Where Seth is basically like the middle position, who is like in a relationship with Roma and Kurt at the end. I don't know. Like I said, this is just a theory I put into the room and say like, the possibility is there, but it's most likely not gonna happen. Of course, telling it outright would make the game last like an hour. Which is funny, because the creator said like, yeah, we thought as well that the game will take just an hour. But I'm glad that the game is not taking an hour. Of course, I agree that it is still like annoying whenever you play like these sections, when they are basically like at this point where Seth basically should say something and then gets cold feet. And I'm like, God damn it, just tell him. Yeah. But you always get to the very core. He patted me on the shoulder friendly. It must be a compliment. But I wonderfully know that Romano himself can deeply study the things he's interested in. Even collecting Pokemon, anyone would be bored, but not him. So from the outside, you don't look like you need a psychologist. You look so cheerful. That's because I'm really cheerful. Romano blinded me with his snow-white smile. I can be sad and dreary sometimes. I feel very bad, but it's not about life, it's about my perception. An apathy attacks me more often lately. About that, what recording did you listen to? But don't make it too long. That would be like edging the viewers for no reason. I find that very annoying. And why do you like Komorebi? I mean, granted, when it comes to interests in Komorebi, it is usually very forward and directly at that point when they like show interest, or at least like very short down the line. But Komorebi in its all is not a short game. But when you just look at it from that standpoint of relationship and interest, then yes, Komorebi is not like this game. Also, people are complicated. That's mostly the problem. And I get why people are cautious when it comes to things like that. Like I said, like they are friends, and there's a chance that this might break their friendship, and they very much cherish their friendship. In Komorebi, they just straight up ask you. True. That's true, and that works if you as a character, as a person, deal with it like that. But here we have like a visual novel that you might not like because they are doing this, pushing off and not getting to the point. But on the other hand, this is mostly more realistic. That's how it is. People are complicated, relationships are complicated, friendships are complicated. Would be nice if everything would be easier, but sadly that's how people not working. Sadly, that's not how it is usually. So, yes, on one side, it kind of annoys me every time it's like at this point of I will tell, and then it like basically doesn't do it. Yes, I agree that it annoys me, but on the other hand, I also respect it because it is actually more realistic. But it's a valid point when you say like this pisses me enough off that I just don't want it. It's valid. You warily looked into my eyes, trying to read in them something only he understands. The latest. Oh, I think it was unpleasant to listen to that at all. It was unpleasant to listen to that all. I wouldn't say it was unpleasant. I rather wasn't prepared for that. Sorry. In my defense, I can say that all these recordings never meant to be listened to by anyone. But you are someone, so why do you record it if you don't want to listen to it? I think then I was telling him about my old school, about the move. Typical thoughts, torments of a guy that doesn't know where his place is. He laughed, awkwardly hiding his uncertainty. So awkwardly that even I noticed that. Are you thinking about this even now? About if you have a place? Yes, you're right. It's hard for me to understand you because I've never thought about that. I always had a landmark. I had no need. I've always known where my place is. My life task is to raise my bar higher and higher. I was born in a family of great surgeons and most likely I would continue their business. Romano is not constrained by anything. That's great. I always feel like I'm a tumbleweed rolling around somewhere on a hunch, not having any idea about where I'll get carried. It always was. It always was so. It always was so, but I felt some support before. Custody. What is this sentence? It always was so, but I felt some support before. Custody. I knew that in case of something, I could always ask questions and I would surely receive answers. I mean, there is custody for me now too. Remember the story I told you next to the campfire? Italy, Agropoli, night walk with my father, holiday by the sea. I was 8 back then, and I could say that life was really happy. But in the fall, everything became not so rosy. My father was a police sergeant, and he often went to the capital on business with my mom. Well, I think you understand how it happens. Some reckless driver, high speed, dangerous, stretchy off highways, 4 cars tumbled. Dad and Mom weren't so lucky at all. Or maybe they were. Everything ended so fast, they didn't have to feel pain for a long time. His face didn't change at all, like he got used to tell this tragic story. However, my face surely contorted with an unpleasant surprise. I don't have a single idea what to answer. Should I say anything at all? They didn't take me, so I wouldn't miss school, although I really wanted to go with them. Such news made my grandma fall ill, and only Grandpa could come to the funeral. Of course, there were many friends of the family, including Uncle Roy. I could have been sent to the orphanage, but Grandpa and Uncle Roy arranged everything. The Waynes took me in. No, the Waynes took him in. And when they die, he becomes Catman. That's why I just straight up ignore every hint I get from other people. Say it to my face. Yeah. Well, I agree on that. Like, be more direct instead of like, How does it feel to lose almost a whole family? Romano was just a child back then. How's he getting over it now? I know nothing about it. For me, who came from an ordinary full family, that is all like another reality. More cruel and unfair. Even though Roma experienced that, I've never seen him complaining. Are the Waynes friends of the family? Did they adopt you? Why didn't the grandparents take you in? I didn't know that adoption is possible when they are alive and prosperous. When there are live and prosperous relatives. They are citizens of the other country. Solving this problem would have taken crazy money, which Granddad, who lost his son and had a sick wife, of course didn't have. And I wasn't adopted. The Waynes have become my custodians. That's a bit different. After parents' death, he had to move to, although familiar, but nonetheless foster family. What's that sad expression? In fact, the Waynes are cool guys. Sure, otherwise Dad won't be their friends. Back then, they were raising their own business. It was slowly looking up, so we moved to a wonderful giant apartment not far from the sea at once. Now every morning I can see the beach. Of course, I felt awfully bad. Grandpa visited me sometimes. Roy helped me to pay for the flights. I felt a bit easier later when I made a friend. Was it a friend Romano mentioned in his session? Nathan? Friend, his name was Nathan? Oh, right. You've heard. Yes, Nathan. The very guy that betrayed Romano. Romano searched in his pocket, took out the phone, and after doing something with the case, took a piece of paper from under it. It was dense, glossy, so the conclusion that it's a photo was undeniable. Romano turned the sheet in his hands without changing his face and gave it to me. The photo that it kept in the phone, the photo that is kept in the phone case. Why I'm not even surprised. Do you always carry this photo with you? Turns out this guy really meant much to Roma. Of course no, I'm not this sentimental. It just could be lost in the album, and after the session I put it into the case and forgot to take it out. Usually this picture lies with all the others on my shelf. I accepted the picture and began looking at it. He's definitely not okay. Life is short, don't play mind games. True. Photo was ripped in half. There were at least 4 creases with tears, like somebody tried but wasn't determined enough to finally tear it up. 2 maroon coal eyes, cheeky and sullen, shaded with long bangs of whitish white color, were looking at me in the picture. The guy in the photo isn't older than 15. He looked strong and self-confident. On the ear and temple there were thin stripes of a scar, most likely received in one day. Mind games are cringe and idiotic. One of his hands was behind the screen and apparently held the Polaroid on which the photo was taken, and the second was hidden behind the ragged edge. On the very edge on the border of the tear there were weightless white feathers. Same that I would see if I looked up on my friend. I heard that he had done a bad thing to you when you needed him more than ever. Why do you still keep this photo? Well, even those who hurt us a lot sometimes remain dear to us against better judgment. I know what kind of man he is, and what he did. I can't justify it anyhow, but I know that Nate is wonderful. And he was with me when I felt really bad. And it gave me power to get over everything that happened after. He says that he can't justify him, but as a result, that's what he's doing. Do you still communicate? If you heard it, then I guess you understood that he doesn't want to know me. After that time, I haven't seen and talked to him. He raised his voice a little. This theme still bothers him. And what if he shows up in your life again? Would you forgive him at once? Hard to say. We were too close for it to pass it without a trace. But I can't just return to normal. This requires a serious conversation. That doesn't promise a good outcome at all. It means he wants to return everything? I don't like it. Nathan has already shown himself. He acted not like a friend at all. And if he appears on the horizon, I won't let him offend you. Ah, my knight! Romano tremulously. Is this a word? Is this a word? It is probably a word, but I would never use it in a sentence. It is a word. Okay. Tremulous. Romano tremulously put the palms to his chest and tenderly sighed, pretending to be a damsel in distress. I rolled my eyes, and for some reason Roma considered it as a sign to action. He came closer and impetuously hugged me, tightly clasping me in his arms. Stop. Strong as hell. Who's a knight here? He hugged me again and for a few moments froze like that, plopping the head on my shoulder. I could hear his strained snuffle. Thank you, my hero. He reluctantly let me go. Is he saying things seriously or keeps fooling? I was serious. So was I. With you guys, nobody will dare to offend me. I incredulously squinted at him. He let others offend him 2 times already. He will need to be watched. And what was after? After I finally lost connection to Nathan? I dropped out of school and everything went wrong again. Moreover, my grandmother passed away. And that trip to Agropoli didn't seem like a fabulous place for me. It felt like I lost my pink glasses. Within 3 years, the city lost all of its colors and became completely grey. I couldn't focus on anything, studied bad, and just went with the flow. Then I decided I wanted to be homeschooled. Were you homeschooled? I blurted it out before I could think about it. Of course he was homeschooled, he just told me that. It simply was too unexpected. Yeah. It was too hard to communicate with classmates for me. I thought that I couldn't live for myself. I dissolved in people around and didn't get anything in return. I didn't understand at all what was I and if I was at all. Roma, whose life is communication, tried to keep out by his own will. It's completely different from the way he acts now. Maybe because of a lack of attention, he became so active. As the first time we met at school, he was pretty timid. For 2 years, I've been visiting the psychologist, drinking pills, and somehow building a bridge over this stream of life. And you can guess what happened then. I transferred to our school, decided that I was feeling better. And here I am. I knew I'd overload you. Now everything is pretty okay. You don't have to worry. Even though you say so, but you went to the psychologist again. Did something happen? Maybe Grandpa fell ill too? If so, Roma may have left completely alone. Nothing happened. I mean, nothing extra common. I'm just a bit tired. I felt insecure. Phew, good that it's not about the grandfather. But right now, I'm full of energy. And that's because you and Seth are always near. Glad to hear that. But I didn't think you have problems with friends. There's always somebody around you, and in any company you always come into the forefront. That's not really friendship, more like buddyship. And what unites you and me is much stronger. At least on my part, that's exactly how it is. I never doubted Romana likes to spend time with me and Seth, but hearing the direct confirmation turned out to be surprisingly nice. He smiled warmly and looked in my eyes with interest like he was waiting for an answer. And what do you think? Just be honest. About what? Are you sure you're listening to me? Jokingly pushed me in the shoulder. Do you consider me as a friend? Do you consider me your friend? A real one? Sure. Otherwise, would I stand you so long? You know me, I won't lie. Stand? Yeah, that's the indicator of a true love. He laughed. I know he's really okay. I think now he's really okay. It cannot but rejoice. I didn't even notice us coming to such a private place. We've been here quite recently, remember? Of course I remember. My memory is okay. As soon as I finished the phrase, I immediately remembered that I had forgotten about Roma's phone in the morning. But I remember this place as well. We three attend a campfire, the sound of waves, cooling sand, rare cries of seagulls. It's very beautiful here. I'm glad I've been here with you two. He said these words absolutely calmly, but I was overcome by an odd feeling of rising anxiety. You'll spend at least 2 years in this beauty. There will be many moments like that. I said that uncertainly, like I was trying to convince myself. Sure. So much is waiting for us. Time to get adventuring. His sonorous voice flashed over the endless ocean. Romano stretched himself and, slightly squinting, began to rumple my hair. Don't. Did Seth bite you? What a bad habit. You know, you have the very soft hair. I want to stroke it so much. What you're doing is not stroking at all. But don't stroke me as well. I freed myself from his arm and fixed my hair as much as it was possible after such a treacherous attack. Thank you. For what? For the provided head? For it too. But in fact, I meant this evening. Thank you for listening to me. We are friends after all. Stroke these nuts. If you ask like that, sure. Yeah. Friends. Friends. He savored this word a few more times and then fell silent. We were standing side by side, watching the waves. Not like that. And here we are, Coffee. Cause and consequences. I don't remember spending so much time alone with Romano. And I surely remember this time. Yeah, I know say Romano isn't a bit hurt from that. I think he's not going to take offense in it. I think at first you will feel like, yeah, that's not cool, but then you realize like it actually helped to strengthen your friendship. And yes, it's actually good to talk about things with your friends, you know? That's something that not everybody has, like someone you can just sit down and you have like a talk, a serious talk about yourself without having to fear that this information might be ridiculed or taken and used against you. You know, a lot of trust is needed for that. If someone is open enough to listen to you and take it seriously, that can mean a lot. Paced the room trying to find an adequate activity. It's time to go to bed already, but I think I've forgotten something. Some thought is hanging in my head, but not on the surface, somewhere in the depths of my consciousness. What is that? Did I miss something? Maybe it will remember itself at the worst possible time. I aired the flat and it became a bit less stuffy. Another yawn notified me that it was time to get ready for bed. What's that? Such an annoying sound. I agree, because it's like some kind of dumb standard sound that phones use. Yeah, but I feel that he is a bit hurt doesn't mean it's the end of the world. Yeah, of course. I think it's my phone. Is it morning already? I hardly open my eyes. Dark like it's night. I groped the phone and pulled it. Let's try with I grabbed my phone and pulled it to me. That's it, right? Night. Missed a call from Seth. Something happened? I wanted to dial his number, but the phone brightened with the incoming call again. Wording. You can grope a phone if you want to, but it's kind of difficult. Seth? Good night, Kurt. What's up? Nothing. I just got lonely. Want to take a walk? It's night. You woke me up. Sorry. But anyway, we met in the afternoon. Won't you have an overdose? Of you? No, I need another dose. What a flatterer. What's got in his head? It's you. Woke me up and takes me outside. If you want, you can come to me, but we'll go to bed at once. I don't want to sit at home. Walls are depressing me. Let's go for a walk. It's cool, alright? Calm, not hot. Stars above the head. Could hardly suppress the yawn. I terribly want to sleep. Why did Seth suddenly become so capricious? He used to think about me and didn't neglect my natural needs. Yes, refuse. Like the dumbest thing you can choose here. Agreed to take a walk. Think about this day. Basically, we ran for a good portion of the day from people. Then we were like in company of people. We forgot to buy milk. Then we basically ate dinner. We cleaned. And then we went to the beach. We had a meaningful, deep conversation with one of our friends. We walked back. At this point, probably we won't feel our legs anymore. It's clear that he is tired, and I'm also understanding that he doesn't want to go for a walk. But Seth acts weird. Damn, went out for 10 years and managed to forget to buy milk. Oh no. How terrible. Maybe something has happened and he simply doesn't want to discuss it over the phone. Well, I can imagine that currently something is going on with his family that isn't too pleasant. And then is you. Okay, I give up. Just give me some time. Hey, did you fall asleep? If so, then you will be in trouble tomorrow. Woke me up for some reason. No, I didn't expect you would agree. Then why did you call me? Great. Let's meet on the embankment in half an hour. Everybody goes to the beach, always. You have to imagine this whole Los Angeles city that apparently exists, I don't know, is just distance city at night, but at day it's just your house, a mall, and the beach. There's nothing else. In the usual place. Don't put the phone too far away. Okay, waiting for you. I hung up and sluggishly stretched myself as I walked out in my pajamas to the beach to make a dream come true. I hung up and sluggishly stretched myself. I have to wash up with icy water or I'll be surely walking half asleep. So did he say waiting for you? It literally means he's already there and just pretended to be at home. Is he there already? I managed to get there earlier than I planned, but Seth was already on the spot. He's standing like he's hiding in the shadow of the palm, although there's no need. The sun disappearing behind the horizon long ago. I'm here. He waved to me and sparingly smiled. I can see that. Tell me. Tell you what? Why did you call me at such a time? Did something happen? Depends on your point of view. He wondered and turned sharply, then he went toward the water. I was just a little lonely. I sighed heavily and trudged after the friend. He's lonely, you see. If you sleep at night instead of messing up the bed, then bad thoughts won't come into your head. The only fact that pleases me is that I don't have to go anywhere tomorrow. I can make the alarm clock ring a few hours later. I came up to Seth. Then I glanced at him interestedly. What? Interestedly? That is not a word. Then I glanced at him interested. He's not happy, but I don't think he's sad as well. He walked, leaving a string of uneven traces behind us. Waves calmly caressed the shore. We went further, so far that the light of the street lamps were seen less and less like it was a sign that all the city hustle was left behind. I'm ready to listen to Seth, but I think he's not going to say anything. He's getting less lonely only because someone is near? Yes? That's in the word, Kurt. Lonely means alone. And yes, I know you can be lonely standing in the middle of a group of people. I get that. I heard a quiet chuckle. What? He shook his head like saying never mind. Just remembered something. Finish already. I remembered the expression of your face when we first met. Damn. I can feel my face turning red. There's nothing funny in it. Well, I'm not laughing. Those lazy eyes. His eyes? Or Kurt's? You mean Seth's eyes or Kurt's eyes? He is just flustered. But I guess you mean Seth. Those are depictions of lazy eyes if I ever seen one. Some. You didn't answer. Do you mean Seth's eyes? Is it Seth? Isn't that obvious? Yes, it is. Just make sure. He pronounced it with... Where am I? He pronounced it without hiding another chuckle. Why did you remember that at all? Well, look around. So I did. I think I understand. Night, beach, only you and I. Just like back then. Not at all. We were in the absolute different part of town, not far from the station. Although back then I thought that I had gone far, far away. No, we went much further. Why is he thinking about all that at all? I would forget it with pleasure. These memories make me feel horrible shame. We met about 10 years ago. We both turned out to be on the beach completely alone. Although, no. Seth wasn't alone. I was the one who excelled. It was awfully stupid. It was the first and the last time I ran away from home. Back then I was a terrible egoist and didn't understand why my parents were always at work. I was left with a babysitter and I specially behaved abominably for them to quit sooner. But I understand that he was angry about that and behaved like that. I thought they were to blame that the parents weren't at home. Everything was like I had planned. The girls quit one by one. But to my regret, there always were new ones. Once I decided that it was enough. I was tired of them. If I leave the house, there will be no foolish ladies. I waited the babysitter to fall asleep and slipped out the door. Now I understand how dangerous it is for children to walk on the street alone. Yes. But also this is America, not Japan. But back then I felt some proudness. It was like a brave action that I was worthy of a real man. I walked from the streets to the very beach. I don't understand why nobody of the passerbys stopped me. I walked further and further till the city vanished out of my sight. After walking for about an hour, although back then it seemed like ages, I got very tired and hungry. What do you mean? I mean the tiredness, okay, but why did you get hungry? As if you didn't eat? I thought that it was time to stop being a hero. It was time to go back home. I turned around and realized that I don't know where to go. I walked, but the landscape didn't change at all. It was really scary. I thought I would die on the beach alone. Tears came on their own. I still remember how hot they were. And then somebody called me. I thought I was mistaken, but I heard the voice again. I looked back and saw a figure nearby. I think Seth looks fine, even with shorter hair. In all honesty, I prefer people with shorter hair than long. It was a child, just like me. Bright with silver hair that was shining in the moonlight. He stretched out his hand to me. I got scared. I thought it was an angel that came from heaven, from the heavens, to take me with him. I burst into tears and now he got scared. I burst into tears and now he got scared. He doesn't look scared. Hi, Bob. Why are you so good at ruining specific moments? Despite me being all in tears and not only in them, this angel came up and hugged me, patted me on the head. It was warm and real. I managed to calm down in his hands. Sure, it wasn't some divine messenger. It was a child that saw me from the station. He ran away from his parents to see if I was alright. When adults came to us, I learned the name of my savior. They scolded Seth for going so far alone. Later they drove me to my house, woke the babysitter up, made her call my parents and tell about everything. They came home and scolded me endlessly. The babysitter got much more than I did. I was put to bed, but I couldn't sleep till the very morning. I heard my mother crying somewhere downstairs. I didn't have enough courage to go down and calm her. Next day everything was like I had wished. Mother stayed with me. But looking at her red eyes, I understood what a stupid thing I did. After that, I stopped acting so selfishly. I don't know what would have happened if Seth didn't find me. But now I feel so ashamed. He saw me when I had gone soft. Of course, I was just a child, but it doesn't make things easier. Well, I've never seen him crying, and I don't really want to. It would just be honest. Not a soul around. Quiet, only waves slowly hitting the shore and go back. Even seagulls have left this place, leaving us alone. Each of us in our own thoughts. What are you thinking about now? Can't read anything on your face. Let's go in. Seth beckoned me to follow him, and I didn't say anything for or against. Took off the shoes and followed him. The water is surprisingly warm. Bumping into something, I belatedly realized that he had stopped. Well, How do you like it? He pointed at the horizon, where the sea meets the sky. Beautiful? Why does it sound like a question? He grinned, then glanced at me worryingly. Are you cold? Not really. Walking out of the house, for some reason I forgot to take the light jacket. Of course, some nights aren't so cold, but it's always windy next to the water. Seth took his hoodie, which still kept warmth of his body, and came to put it on, and my voice. Does exist. I took it. Voice. Hello, voice. Hello, voice. Hello, voice. Voice who can talk for 12 hours. I took a deep breath and involuntarily smiled. His clothes smell very good. Everything's fine. Keep it. I'm not cold at all, but you must be. So refuse is not accepted. Did I look like I was cold? Until the moment he gave me the hoodie, I didn't even understand that I was shivering a little. Sometimes Seth understands me better than I do myself. Man, skin and bones. I spot not a gram of meat. Of meat? Don't you mean I don't spot a gram of fat? Look, Coffee, I can tell you this. He's slim. That is a given. But he's not skin and bone. I can tell you that because I've met at least one person in my life where I looked at them and they actually suffered from bulimia, which means an eating disorder. And I saw her and she was really just skin, bones, and no muscles, no fat. That was scary to look at. This is still healthy. This is fine. I didn't mean that serious kind of skin and bone. Yeah, I'm sorry. You know, if you write like man, skin and bone, kappa, or something else that is like a kappa, then I understand it as a joke as well. But if you just say like, oh, and skin and bone, then I'll take it probably more serious than it needs to be. Not very pleasant to hear. Yeah, you put on some protein, boy. You can subjectively say that, yes. I've heard Seth's heavy sigh. No matter what he says, he can't fool me. Something is happening with him. It's not his nature to fall into melancholy and mope for a long time. So what's happening with you after all? Everything's fine with me. I can see that it's not. Got me. Maybe not fine. I'ma go sleep. Now I'll catch you tomorrow after work. Good. Then I wish you a good night's rest and wonderful dreams. Enjoy the first day in the new year. Thank you so much, Coffee. As always, a pleasure. You're a wonderful being. Thank you. I wish I had better stuff to post, but I guess I just post these. Yay! Things. No, really. Thank you, coffee. Take care. Why is it already that time? Also, happy New Year to some country to the east. Can you elaborate? I don't know what to tell you. My mind has been so messed up lately. At least for what reason? Hard to describe. Lately, what changed? I think everything's like usual. Of course, Seth was detained, which is not like him at all. But I don't think he would be so sad because of that. Always sighs, tells me he's lonely. Think I got it. Is that because of a girl? Seth was startled and looked at me with complete round dumbfounded eyes. What girl? How nervous he is. Did I get it right? All right? The one you like. Did she dump you? That's why you're sad? What are you talking about? You imagine something? Lies, and doesn't even turn red. How prosaic everything turned out to be. Everything is clear with you. Is the situation so bad? That's not the point at all. But if you're interested, then I'll tell you. About the reason of your sadness? No, about the one I love. Enough. Tell me straight what's the problem. You know, I don't care about the girls. Although, to be honest, I'm curious about who you love. Is she so great? You rejected so many cute girls that I don't even know who could interest you. The problem is that the conversation doesn't work. Why are you so overreacted? Because you begin your talk, but don't finish. What do you want from me? I can't read your thoughts. I don't need that. But what do you need? Paused for some time, and the silence was strongly uncomfortable. I think I'll never get it. Can you finally say it directly? Should I torture you or what? You act weird. If you keep shirking this way, then of course you will never get what you want. Thank you for your support. Well, what did you want? Really? Here, we both fell silent. Conversation halted. Maybe I shouldn't have bothered him. If he wants to share his problems, he will do it. Enough walking for me. Thank you for your company. Looks like his mood has spoiled completely. Why are you saying goodbye? We have to go home together. Well, let's go. Dragged me out at night and now pouting. To the very house we went in complete silence. I waited for him to start a conversation like the usual, but he didn't. What's bothering him so much? Okay, we'll talk about this tomorrow. Today I can't get anything from him. Next to the house I said goodbye, but he didn't answer. Okay, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Today I definitely can't get anything from him. I try to catch my breath, but it's extremely complicated. I'm full of euphoria, happiness, proudness, fear. I can't breathe. I can't. A soft voice somewhere on the outskirts of my conscious is whispering, "Calm down, sweetheart. Deep breath, slow breath. Repeat after me." I open my eyes and close at once. Too bright. The voice is telling me, "Everything will be alright, you can see." And I try again. I saw above a orb above the earth and somewhere far beyond our galaxy. I don't know. I'm alone in outer space. Comets are rushing around, small shards of formerly something great. Breathe in, breathe out. It's not possible, but I do breathe. My lungs fill with non-existing oxygen and stop shrinking so painfully. I observe thousands of galaxies at the same time. The voice says, "You're not alone." But I don't see anyone alive. Where are they? Where are the others? The voice is whispering, "You're not alone. I'm with you." And I feel someone's enveloping warmth, calm and good. I see white stripes, comet tails. They are calling you. Can you hear? No, I hear nothing but the voice. Open your heart. You can hear them. I trust the voice and let them into myself. Something's wrong. Not calm. I don't want it. Can I let them out back? The voice is silent. I hear their pain, their fears, their hopes and dreams. It's too much for me alone. I can't stand it. Everything will be alright. They are pulling me along. I fall. The last thing I remember are my parents reaching out to me. "Are you lonely?" I jumped on the bed. Breathing is troubled. I'm all sweating. Calm down, Kurt. Calm down. It was just a dream. Cheeks are burning. What's wrong with me? Maybe I feel ill and my temperature has spiked. I touch my face. What the hell? It's wet. Oh, it can't be. I began rubbing my eyes, but tears didn't stop. What's that? Stop flowing. It's not real. Don't even remember what I dreamed about. I feel terrible. A terrible feeling. Am I ashamed or what? Whew. Calm down. Nobody will see and nobody will know. They don't stop. I hastily left the bed. This feeling released me after a contrast shower. I feel pathetic. Did the organism decide to revenge on me? But for what? The organism? I eat regularly, walk in the open air, mostly go to sleep in time. Slight anxiety incites me to write to the parents. But what? Hello? I had a panic attack in a dream. And how are you? Nonsense. No need to distract them without any adequate reasons. I won't bother them. They already have enough problems at work. Who needs what so early? 9 a.m. Los Angeles International Airport. What? What do you mean? Doesn't answer. Seth? I dialed his number. He's not picking up. My heart started beating unpleasantly fast. I can clearly hear every heartbeat. I dialed the number again. Still pointless. Seth is flying away? Did he mean that? What the hell? I looked at the time. Jeez, you have like... Your phone is almost dead battery-wise and you have like less than an hour. I looked at the board. Several flights. Wait, what did I mean? What the hell? I looked at the time. At this rate, I'll be late. I should call the cab. I should call the cab because cabs are so cheap. I looked at the board. Several flights are scheduled for this time. Where to run? Hey, aren't you looking for me? Turned around at the familiar voice. Seth is standing in front of me without a suitcase. He has only a small backpack. He isn't flying away, or did he check the bags already? He made a few steps in my direction. You know, I don't like all these awkward moments, but neither can I run away quietly. I couldn't just go away without even saying goodbye to you. Is this some kind of joke? It's not funny at all. Well, what the hell? A grin appeared on his face, but I didn't look like his familiar warm smile at all. What I see now is nothing more than an ironic parody. I feel total devastation. Thousands of thoughts are rushing into my head without stopping, without surviving a reality check. Many things have happened. My parents are on the brink of divorce. My father is gone, and I don't want to leave him alone. This is the first I've heard about it. He never told me anything like that. And he acted like usual, not at all. Only now I paid attention to the bags under his eyes. One moment. There we go. I knew that he goes to bed late, but it seemed like he didn't sleep at all for some time. Why didn't I notice this before? Yes, he said nothing, but he acted weird. Much more sluggishly and apathetically. Usually he's not like that. If only I was more attentive, I would understand long ago that something was happening to him. I could insist, comfort, do at least something, but now it's too late. But why? Nobody told even me any details. Why are you saying that only now, not before? Couldn't find the right moment. There was no need to search for it. You could have just said it as it is. You see, it's not easy. It's not so easy. You're such an egoist. You just confronted me with this fact. Although, what can my opinion do? Even if I learned before, that wouldn't change anything. It's not my life. If I asked him to stay, it wouldn't mean that he would stay. Why is nobody with you? I wanted to do this alone. What about Romano? Why didn't you call him? You were always together, like You were always together lately. We already said goodbye to each other. Already said goodbye. His words echoed in my head. Said goodbye. Romano knew everything, and he told me nothing. However, it's not the worst. I thought that Seth considers me as his best friend. Of course, only I don't know anything. You wanted to know nothing. Well, only about where the planetarium has gone. Just a little more and the anger will fully take me. I should calm down. It has nothing to do with anything. Yeah, right. Nevertheless, every time when I tried to speak to you, you began talking about it again. That's not true. You didn't have to try. And you didn't have to try. You could have just interrupted me. Did you think it wasn't enough important? I must have just been afraid. Moron. Don't want you to go away. But can I ask you to stay now? We've already decided everything. Things are packed, the ticket is bought. You're not one of those who will retreat. What about the school? I've already taken the documents. When did you manage to do all that? You were always near. No. So that's what classes you visited. I mean, didn't visit. Seth made a few more steps in my direction, and now he was right next to me. I don't know what I want more, to hit him or to hug. I was startled because of the feeling of someone else's cold palm on my neck. Seth clung to me and touched my forehead with his forehead. Everything happening seems no more real than my today's dream. I tried to scroll the memory of the moments when Seth tried to talk to me, but I can't remember any. Are you sure you've tried? Did you really notice nothing? I don't want to think about that. A few moments later, I heard his quiet voice. Remember how I won in Munchkin? What's this now? I have one wish. Do you really think I want to fulfill your wish? A matter of honor, right? Can't talk about honor. He chuckled, but continued at once. Don't wait for me. That's my wish. So it will be easier both for you and me. You're lying. Why this would be better? It would be easier for me if nothing changed. If you tore up your ticket and came back home. An annoying woman's voice announced the start of boarding. Our summer ended. See sky. Thin white stripe divides it in half. I type only 3 words and send the message that will arrive a few long hours late. I will be waiting. The mood is terrible. I don't want to go home at all. I'm squeezing my phone very hard. Like Seth will answer faster because of that. Maybe he won't reply at all. Don't wait for me. Of course. He wants to break all connections, or just doesn't want me to drearily spend my time waiting. Why we aren't friends anymore? Were we friends at all? Yes, of course we were. My head is such a mess that I don't know if I can trust myself right now. Did Seth reply? Hi Kurt, are you home now? You know everything, Romano. Why all these words? In the airport. I see. I'm so sorry that I couldn't be near at the moment. I know, it's very sad. Seth promised to write every day and call on Skype. Oh no. That surely is not the same as in real life, but Seth will be with us anyway. He promised me nothing. Maybe he will keep communicating with you. You are so kind, friendly, wonderful, always interested in others' business and ready to support, unlike callous Kurt. We need to talk. Are you in school? Call me when you arrive. I'll meet you in the UFO club. Everything will be alright. Everything will be alright. Sure. Romana promised me to come literally in a second. His voice was depressed. To be honest, it calms me a little bit. Doesn't act like nothing has happened. The door opened and breathless Romano stumbled in. Looks like he really was running here. Was I late? There is no need to be in time. The curtain has already fallen and the actors have flown away. There's only you and I left. Tell me please, what's going on at all? The warm hand of Romana laid on my shoulder. I caught his glance rather poignantly for a moment. A thought flashed in my head. If Romana would have told me everything earlier, nothing would have happened. I could have surely dissuaded Seth. However, would I do that? Seth thinks about the future. He wouldn't run away without a reason. Run away? So that's what I think. I bet Seth wouldn't like this. Or maybe he thinks so himself if he was afraid to tell me before. Was afraid or didn't want at all. Don't blame me. As if he read my recent thoughts. I would like to say that we couldn't change anything, but we can. But what we can do now? Seth wanted to solve everything himself. He wanted to talk to you, really. I don't know why exactly he didn't decide to do that. Seth spent nerves at disputes and swearing, tried to delay this as he could, but neither time nor powers were on his side. He had to fly away. Didn't he tell you anything? God damn it, no! Isn't it clear? He flared up and Romano frowned a little, as if he was afraid of my words of me. Sorry. Lately, something wrong is happening with his family. His father flew away and Seth had followed him. Just to leave everything behind and fly away, it's not easy. What did you feel, Seth, when you agreed to that? And what do you feel now, sitting in the plane, rapidly flying somewhere where there's no us, no one? Romana took my cold hand into his palms. Nothing is over, you know? We will write so often that Seth will decide that it's better to come back to us than to reply so much. We will call him every day. We'll visit him even if he minds. We won't leave him alone, right? How can we leave him there? Without us, he'll surely be very bored and lonely. But what do I feel? Maybe that is loneliness. I'm so used to the fact that Seth is always near. It seems like he just went away for a while and will be back in a minute and plump down on the couch. Say something. Call. Right. Will Seth want this? I never could maintain this kind of contacts. It's not the same as communicating face to face at all. Got into a stupid situation. That's right. But there's a way out of any situation, right? What do you think about flying to Boston in summer? Sharply, positively. Romano patted me on the shoulder. Calm down a little. He's right. Everything will be alright. We always can see each other. Seth won't get rid of me so easily. Oh, looks like I have to leave for a moment. Don't you mind? Yes, go. Just come back after that. He glanced at me unclearly, then hugged me tight. I'll come back. Wait for me. Go already, or at least answer the phone call. Romano smiled lastly and slipped out of the door. Give me a moment. 1 second. And I'm back. Sorry about that. The room became quiet again. Previously, I waited for that, but I would listen to useless conversations of Clover and Seth with much more pleasure. Good that Romano is here. If he didn't talk, when I would surely rant and rave. He told me that everything is fine, that Seth didn't fly away forever and we can still communicate. I understand that myself, but he won't be here for at least 4 insanely long years. How do you know that it will be exactly 4 years? And that's without considering a university. If I study in another city, then it turns out that we will live apart for not less than 10 years. During this time, everything will change many times. Sorry. Ba 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 ba. Ma 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 ma. Ba 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 ba. Okay, sorry. Seth will make new friends, and every year we will call each other less and less. Drifting apart step by step, I won't even be able to notice that we have become complete strangers. A terrible prospect. Okay, pull yourself together. There's no profit in these feelings. Nothing can be changed already. I must just accept the situation and understand how to use it better. I sat for some time on the couch, but quickly realized that I was losing my time. On the other hand, I completely don't know what I should do. My glance was traveling around the room, but wasn't focusing on anything particular. I'll take a walk. I have nothing to do here. I came to the stairs and stopped. I wondered what's the probability to find Todd on the roof? Must be almost 0. And even if I meet him, what should we talk about? Lately, there were too many questions in my head, and not all of them found answers. It annoys me. Just like I supposed. Just like I thought, there is no Todd. There's no one at all, empty and pretty windy, which is, however, good. Not so hot. I leaned on the railing. It was enough for me to make a few looks at. One second, please. Yeah, it's soon time for me to enter the new year. But it's still taking a moment. I leaned on the railing. It was enough for me to make a few looks at the sky for my thoughts to return to Seth. I wonder if he landed already. He must have been met already and brought to his new house. The house where Clover won't bother him, and to which I won't be able to come in soon. If I will be able at all. Maybe he will find new friends fast and he'll forget about me and Romano. He always made new acquaintances. I don't want that. Good that Romano is near. It would be much worse without him. I'm falling apart. Not cool at all. I slowly and deeply breathe in and similarly slowly breathe out. 4 years of high school are waiting for me ahead. This time shouldn't be wasted. I should focus on studies and not club activity. Although, in our case, it's more likely a self-activity. After I find the planetarium, or I won't find it. I shouldn't count on it. Got so fixated on this thing that I completely lost sight of something really important. I always told Seth off for his idleness, but without him, the club is not the same. Maybe I should leave the UFO Studies Club? We have begun this together, and there is no desire to continue without Seth. It was he who convinced me to join such a weird place. No, I mustn't think so. I won't drop it at the first sign of trouble. Guys need me. They need, right? I don't want to believe at all that in fact nobody needs anything, that nobody needs me. And if earlier I could always return to Seth, then now I can return only into the empty dark room where nobody is waiting for me. One way to get bad end. What do you mean bad end? Oh my god, the game gave me a bad end. What? Oh. Are you kidding me? But the thing is, every time the game gave me any choice, it was never like, see, the thing is, every time the game gave me choices, it was never like, look, Seth always tried to give me hints, to talk to him, but I never had like choices to, yes, listen to him or ignore him. That was never there. Like, the game doesn't have many choices, and the choices it gives you, it's like, I have to look up a guide. I hope a guide actually exists. Wait, they have included a guide. That's the good thing. Okay, I didn't expect to reach a bad ending, but okay. So all in all, this visual novel is not done yet. I will use the guide they included because I want to see the good ending. I didn't expect this to take such a dark turn. Crazy. But okay. I'll take it. So yeah. We will return to this and I will do the good ending playthrough. I would speed running this. But yeah. Regardless, if you manage to stay with me until now, you might have already entered 2025. I mean, if you watch the VOD, you're basically in 2025. Regardless, if you watch this VOD, I will belatedly wish you all a happy new year. I hope you went well from the old year to the new year. And I would say don't make resolutions for the new year. You can make resolutions at any given moment in your life. You don't need to wait for a new year to appear. And also, don't make ridiculous resolutions. Set yourself manageable goals. But yeah, thank you so much. We shall see each other another time. And now I have finished this stream, so now I can do another stream on my main channel. Hooray. Smile. You know what? I will even give you my social... actually, can... So yeah, you might not see this when you watch the VOD, depending if it's run out or not. But here's the link. So I'm also on a main channel called called Sekamerai. But should I stream on my main channel? That's the next question. Should I? Actually, I shouldn't. Okay, so this stream is going down for a second. I will be back and then I will do something else. So, now that I thought about it, I was like, wait, I'm doing stupid stuff. Whoop. Sorry about that. I just have to do this. Okay, good. Okay, I will be right back. Whoop.